Hello and welcome to Google I/O 2017, our annual developer festival. I'm Timothy Jordan, a developer advocate at Google, and I'll be touring the I/O venue throughout the next 3 days, exploring the sandboxes, interviewing Googlers, and giving you eyes on the ground. That's right, even though you're joining remotely, this year you'll get an in-depth look at everything happening at Shoreline, not just the sessions. You can follow along on any of the livestream channels on google.com/io. Google I/O is an outdoor developer festival hosting 7,200 attendees at Shoreline Amphitheater, along with millions of viewers on the live stream. That's you. And thousands of developers at more than 450 local I/O extended events across 80 countries. We have 14 content tracks with over 150 breakout sessions, all live streamed on google.com/io. There's also over 70 code labs live to get you up and running with our latest APIs today at g.co/io/codelabs. But before you get to any of that, let's review a handful of the announcements you just heard. Smart Reply, available in Inbox by Gmail and Allo, saves you time by suggesting quick responses to your messages. It utilizes machine learning to give you better responses the more you use it, and it already drives 12% of replies in Inbox on mobile. Starting today, Smart Reply is coming to Gmail for Android and iOS too. We're excited to announce that our second generation tensor processing units are coming to Google Compute Engine as cloud TPUs, where you can connect them to virtual machines of all shapes and sizes and mix and match them with other types of hardware, including Skylake CPUs and NVIDIA GPUs. You can program these cloud TPUs with TensorFlow, the most popular open source machine learning framework on GitHub, and we're introducing high-level APIs which will make it easier to train machine learning models on CPUs, GPUs, or cloud TPUs with only minimal code changes. Many top researchers don't have access to anywhere near as much compute power as they need. To help as many researchers as we can and further accelerate the pace of open machine learning research, we will make 1,000 cloud TPUs available at no cost to ML researchers via the TensorFlow Research Cloud. Android O, coming later this year, will bring more fluid experiences to your smaller screen, as well as improvements to battery life and security. With picture-in-picture, you can seamlessly do 2 tasks simultaneously, and Smart Text Selection improves copy and paste by using machine learning to recognize entities on the screen. Google Play Protect is Google's comprehensive security services for Android, which provides powerful new protections and greater visibility into your device security. Play Protect is built into every device with Google Play, is always updating, and automatically takes action to keep your data and device safe. We also have an early preview of a new initiative for entry-level Android devices that internally we call Android Go. The goal is to get computing into the hands of more people by creating a great smartphone experience on all Android devices with 1 GB or less of memory. Android Go is designed with features relevant for people who have limited data connectivity and speak multiple languages. Of course, way more was covered in the Google keynote, including new ways to share with Google Photos, including photo books, new ways that Google Assistant can help you do even more, investments in the core technologies that enable VR and AR, and in platforms that make them accessible to more people. Have questions about O'17? Tweet them starting today through May 19th using hashtag O'17request. A team of Googlers will be on site chasing down answers for you. Make sure to also follow the conversation on hashtag O'17 and on the Google Developers blog. Make sure to tune in to the developer keynote at 1 p.m. Pacific time, and I'll see you right here on the live stream between all the sessions. This is Google I/O 2017.
Hi, I'm Sarah from the Google Developer Certification team. Last year, we launched the Associate Android Developer Certification at I/O. Now we're adding 2 certifications for mobile web developers. Why mobile? Mobile now accounts for over half of all web traffic. Users expect their small screen experiences to be as quick and intuitive as those on a desktop. But making the mobile web fast and easy takes some special skills. How can you prove you've learned them? We've created 2 new certifications to help developers get recognized for their knowledge and skill. introducing the Mobile Site Certification and the Mobile Web Specialist Certification. One focuses on sites and the other on web apps. Let's talk about mobile sites. What happens to your beautiful site if it takes too long to load? 53% of mobile visitors will leave a page if it takes more than 3 seconds to load. But the average mobile page loads in 22 seconds. Making this even 1 second faster increases conversion rates up to 27%. Google believes in the mobile web, and so do our customers. That's why we've created the Google Mobile Site Certification to help site owners find the best talent. Passing this exam demonstrates you have the knowledge for building high-performing mobile sites. It also highlights your understanding of best practices and current browser technologies. To pass, you'll need to be proficient across mobile site design, UX best practices, and site speed optimization. This certification is especially useful for developers working in-house for agencies or clients. To prepare, use the online study guide or e-learning course. Both are free. Once certified, you can promote your certificate on your Google Partners public profile and social media. What if you're developing mobile web apps? Developing applications requires even more specialized skills than sites, so we have a certification for that. The Mobile Web Specialist Certification shows you can build quality web apps, including progressive web apps. You take this exam by solving a series of coding problems. We'll test your skills in many in-demand areas, including responsive design, accessibility, and progressive web application development. This certification is especially useful for developers looking to move up in their careers. It will prepare you to tackle a wide range of challenges. We also provide a study guide and a range of courses to help you prepare. With multiple certifications, how do you know which one to take? Are you building mobile sites and need to demonstrate you have the knowledge to do it? Take the Mobile Site Certification exam. Need to show that you have the skills to build a mobile web app? Take the Mobile Web Specialist exam. Visit our certification page under the Google Developers website to learn more about our programs. Get the study guides, get ready, and let's go.
Okay, Google, what's the temperature like at Mount Everest?
The temperature there is -14.
Ooh, I better pack a jacket. Oh, hi, I'm Wayne Pekarski, and today I'm going to talk about the Google Assistant and how you can develop your own actions to be a part of this new ecosystem. At Google, we've been providing assistance to users for years across many of our products, but we think there's much more we can do to help people get things done right when they need it in a conversational way. And that's why we're building the Google Assistant. The Google Assistant can help users get things done throughout their day, whether they're at home or on the go. And it powers devices like, for example, the Google Home, a voice-activated speaker. To better serve user requests, the Google Assistant needs to work well with an ecosystem of everyone's favorite services. Actions on Google allows you as a developer to integrate your services with the Google Assistant, and that is what we're going to explain how to do in this video. Conversation actions enable you to fulfill a user's request directly via a two-way dialogue. Users don't need to pre-enable skills or install new apps to interact with any actions you build. When a user asks for your action by name, we'll connect them with you immediately. Let's first go through a detailed example of a user interacting with a conversation action. Think about something as simple as helping a user choose what to have for dinner based on their mood and the ingredients they have around. Let's call this action Personal Chef. The user first needs to invoke your action with something like, "Okay Google, let me talk to Personal Chef." The assistant will then introduce your action, and now the user is talking to you directly. From this point onwards, you get to interact with the user and have a conversation. "Okay Google, let me talk to Personal Chef."
Sure, here's Personal Chef.
Hi, I'm your personal chef. What are you in the mood for?
Well, it's kind of cold outside, so I'd like something to warm me up, like a hot soup, and I want it fast.
All right, what protein would you like to use?
I have some chicken and also some canned tomatoes.
Okay, well I think you should try the chicken tomato soup recipe I found on example.com.
Sounds good to me. So this is a pretty rich interaction. Think about all the sentences I spoke and how the action needs to extract the meaning out of this. How would you implement this? If you're an expert in the area of natural language processing, you can use the Conversation API, which allows you to process the raw strings that contain the spoken text from the user. You can then use the Actions SDK that includes all the tools and libraries you need to build the actions. However, if you don't want to process the user's transcribed speech yourself, you can use one of the tools that have integrated with Actions on Google. One of these tools is API.ai, which provides an intuitive graphical user interface to create conversational interfaces, and it does the heavy lifting in terms of managing conversational state and filling out slots in forms. This means you'll no longer need to process the raw strings. API AI can do this for you. To handle a conversation, you use the API.ai developer console to create an intent. This is where you define the information you need from the user. For our example, finding a kitchen recipe, this would be the type of food, the ingredients, the temperature, and the cooking time. You then specify example sentences. API.ai parses these sentences and uses them to train its machine learning algorithm to process other possible sentences from your users. You don't have to write regular expressions or a parser. You can also manually set what the acceptable values are for each piece of information. Once this is done, API.ai uses these definitions to extract meaning out of spoken sentences. The user can provide information naturally, out of order, all at once, or in pieces. The action can ask follow-up questions as needed. Pretty neat, right? Once you've set up everything in the API.ai console, you can then test it all out immediately with example sentences. Then you can test your project with the web simulator, preview it on Google Home, or deploy the full project to Google, all from within API.ai. Next, you can connect up an optional webhook to your intent to allow it to interact with a backend server. When all the details you need are filled in, your webhook is called with the appropriate details provided as JSON data. You don't need to worry about parsing strings or dealing with responding back with follow-up questions for the user. You can also develop the webhook using the language and hosting platform of your choice. It's just an HTTP callback. So API.ai makes this really simple. It's easy to get started, and you can have a prototype working in just a few minutes. You should check out our screencast video where we show all the steps to make this happen. So the Google Assistant is the next big opportunity for developers. By developing actions on Google, you'll get cutting-edge experience in natural conversation interfaces and be ready to actively participate in the emerging space of AI-first computing. In addition, you'll be able to help shape the platform and grow your audience in all the devices and contexts where the assistant will be available in the future. And thanks to conversational interface building tools like API.ai, as well as Google's unique understanding of the user's interests and contexts, you'll be able to create frictionless, intelligent experiences for people that engage with the Google Assistant. You can find out more about Actions on Google by reading the documentation at developers.google.com/actions. We also have an Actions on Google developer community on Google+, so you can ask questions and share your ideas with everyone. We look forward to seeing what you build, and I'll see you next time.
Hi, I'm Nandini from Google's Conversation Design team, here to give you some tips on how to design your own voice and chat UIs using Actions on Google. Before we dive in, let's have a conversation about conversation. Consider this. All human inventions start as ideas. By definition, conversation is the exchange of ideas by spoken words. And by definition, civilization is the most advanced stage of human social development. It's the tangible expression of our common understanding and values, which is expressed through language. And language is molded and refined by conversations. A conversation is a contract between two participants with a mutual investment in the outcome. But all of that is really hard to codify. Building natural human-to-computer conversations is hard. But that's because human-to-human conversations are only deceptively easy. People are not going to change how they converse anytime soon. So the key to closing that gap between modern interfaces and thousands of years of evolution is to use what we know to be true about human-to-human conversation to teach our computers to talk to humans, and not the other way around. So the key to building a good voice interface is not to fall into the trap of simply converting a GUI into a VUI. Obviously, I can't teach you an entire design discipline in a few minutes, but I can give you 5 pro tips to set you up for success. Let's design a simple number guessing game along the way. Here we go. Number 1, leverage your brand and give yourself a persona. I don't mean a caricature or mascot necessarily, but you can do that too to make it even more accessible. A persona is more than that.
It's the consistent character captured by the voice and interactive experience. It's the face of that experience for the user. First, list the core attributes of your brand and what you stand for. Come up with the corresponding attributes that can be conveyed through design elements, and of course the voice dialogue itself. For example, if your brand is known for speed, something we at Google are known for, some attributes of the design might be to be intuitive and data-driven, since both of those elements cut out steps for the user. Some voice attributes for the actual dialogue wording might be engaging or apt or approachable, since those also tighten up the dialogue by removing ambiguity or making it easier for the user to have confidence in the interaction. Write a short style guide covering things like pace, tone, energy level, vocal attributes, and the overall impression that you're shooting for. Try to create a simple bio sketch of a character that might embody all of these attributes. Give it a name if you want. Also, there's a practical reason for creating a persona as well. It's a good grounding mechanism for you long term. Designers and developers will come and go, or multiple people could work on it at once. It'll give everyone something to fall back on for consistency. Finally, don't forget to identify yourself as a separate entity from the Google Assistant. That means greet the user. Number 2, think outside the box, literally. It's tempting to draw out a conversation path visually and plug in the dialogue and then dive right into the code or start stringing together blocks of context to write a working agent, and then back into the experience iteratively. We don't recommend this. You can, but I promise you it'll save time and give you a much richer experience to map out the core conversation paths ahead of time. This doesn't mean just the so-called happy path. It doesn't mean error paths either. Instead, write out your core experiences like you would a screenplay. This can be as scrappy as acting it out and documenting it on paper, or create an interactive prototype you tweak and play with until you're ready to start coding. And then, when you draw out your initial vision, keep it at a high level, where the boxes present entire dialogues or user intents, but leave out the individual wording you'll use in the interaction. Number 3, context. Here are just some types of context you can consider and infuse into a conversation to make it more meaningful. Where is the user? What are they doing? What type of device are they interacting on? How is the experience influenced over time? Where is the user's frame of mind in relation to what they're trying to do? Try to cater to their intent, not to a specific feature. Number 4, speech recognition technology isn't perfect, but it's getting better all the time. So for the most part, you might want to treat that as a black box that'll continue to improve. You have to, of course, be aware of its limitations, but try to step back and look at the interaction from the user's perspective when something goes wrong. You don't have to try to steer the user back to the original question if they don't get recognized immediately. There are so many reasons they might not have been. People hardly ever say nonsense. Try to take those so-called errors and make them into another meaningful turn in the dialogue. Finally, I leave you with a challenge. This new world of conversation design for machines opens up a great deal of opportunity that hasn't existed before for us to use technology to advance our lives. Sure, as you get started, create some games, but I urge you to think bigger eventually. Help give someone access to information or technology that they couldn't use before because of a physical, mental, or an economic disadvantage. We're excited to help you do that with Actions on Google. Check out the description for some resources, and we can't wait to see what you create.
We're bringing together a really talented group of designers and developers to collaborate and innovate and generate exciting ideas for what can be done on the Android platform.
Within this context of a sprint, I really think that the distinction between designer and developer is blurred. It's all about problem solving and getting it done.
You're not working with designers as an engineer making a mistake to begin with. I feel like every designer or engineer brings a perspective to a project, and that's what's nice about working with a designer. You think like an engineer and designer comes and brings a perspective. In this group, I'm happy to work with super talented designers. It helps me understand Android better because I see how they're thinking about it. It kind of kills my prejudgments about the product and I start thinking about it from a fresh perspective.
We focus in on generating a broad range of ideas that are really innovative and far-reaching, and then prototype and pull together concepts and prototypes to demonstrate and create a vision for what those concepts could be.
I never was really familiar with the idea of using this type of process for ideation, and it's impressive to see the degree of precision that Kai specifically has introduced in the way that she's run this process. It's been really enjoyable to see specifically how one exercise leads into the next and the next and the next, and how that can actually effectively yield good ideas.
We're a very small company, so effectively we're doing similar things all the time, but we often rush straight to the solution. It was nice to see some structure around, I guess, the process. So, it starts here and, you don't get to fix it straight away. It's like define the problem, then go to this step, then go to this step. And that kind of structure, though it seems kind of burdensome, it actually improved the overall thing we came up with.
When you're in a company, you tend to think about how the company kind of does something and how the things that you've learned in the past, and then here is just kind of like a blank canvas again, and you get to start new and then rediscover the things that kind of work in a workflow or in a much more creative space. I mean, here we try to build something in 3 days, which is insane. This is the first time we actually been in a sprint with just doing Android 2, and I would love to bring some more of the Android sprinting back to our company.
I think design sprints facilitate interdisciplinarity, interoperability, and all of the kind of amazing things that can happen from a good collaboration.
One of the really exciting features of Android is that it's a very open platform. Anyone can come and write their own apps and create their own concepts. We want to bring that opportunity of openness to the design community and inspire designers to generate concepts and ideas and design really cool apps that leverage the openness of the platform.
I was impressed with the openness of Android. It's definitely a unique thing that you might not find on iOS or other systems. In our app in particular, there's things that we definitely couldn't have done on iOS that are actually really useful. And it is nice because the app can organically come with you into the rest of your life.
I think for me, one of the big awesome parts of it was that I was able to begin to learn Android, which is something that I've always wanted to do as a prototyper. I just would like to get to know Android better, and this is a really big jump start.
One of the few constraints that they put on us here at the Design Sprint was to sort of come up with something that's unique to the Android ecosystem. And as we were going through all of our crazy eights and all of the myriad ideas that we had come up with, we actually abandoned some of them that were cool because they were kind of something that could feasibly be built on any platform. And I think that giving us that constraint infused our other ideas with more creative solutions. And I think what we came up with is so simple and so delightful and only available on Android.
Hello world, I am Ashok Kumar. Hello world, I am Ashok Kumar. I used to play a lot of computer games. I was completely fascinated about it. I started to feel like I should prepare such games. I just wanted to learn how these applications react to humans. Somewhere, the dots were not getting connected. So I started reading blogs on all the possible online resources. Luckily, from GDG Bangalore, I got an invitation for Google Mobile India 2015. If I attend this competition, I could get a sponsorship for nanodegree. I was completely excited. I figured out that's what I required to connect the dots. It's like being really in front of a teacher. It enabled me to develop a production-ready application and converting my idea into reality, something that helps education and make the world a better place. Now I'm feeling relaxed.
When we want to learn something, it's not very comfortable for girls. Generally, they don't go out and learn with with other colleagues. They don't prefer learning with someone. The reason I go to Udacity is because a friend of mine told me about how wonderful the course is, and even if you know nothing about Android, the courses are designed so that you don't have to have a very much detailed experience in Java or Android. So when I started the course, I was like very scared that like maybe it will be too technical for me to understand because I don't know very much about Android or Java in very deep, like how to have some logic into a program and how to code in general. But the instructors, like my favorite way, Catherine, she makes it so interesting and so normal. You don't feel like that you are learning something, and it's a good way to learn online. Whatever I feel like learning today, I could just go and then search for it, and there will be a course available for that.
I was an HR, I was working as a recruiter, and I was completely unaware as to what I am supposed to do. I used to feel that I just don't want to be a recruiter, I want to be on that other side, talking technology and talking about gadgets and how technology is changing our day-to-day lives. One of our relatives, he challenged me that you are a girl and engineering requires a lot of designs and drawings. I wanted to prove him wrong, and that was the time when I heard about Udacity. I started taking some online courses in Java and Android, very basic things. It is little difficult, but it's just that I don't want to feel that, that sense of regret. I just don't want that. So Udacity has actually been a savior in my life. The quality of the projects is very good. It's like, after completing those, you feel like you have conquered something. Actually, I finished my nano degree yesterday, and so today it's just going to be the celebration.
I couldn't be happier to be here to see the launch of the Android Skilling Program. There's going to be so many new, great Android developers here in India.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you so much for coming. Some of you know I'm from Delhi. Always fun coming back and meeting all of you.
We can scale up developers and scale up mobile developer training to help make India a global leader in mobile app development.
Having the universities teamed up with us in the skilling program is going to be a huge opportunity and make a huge difference.
Finally, we've launched it. It's been a year since we first introduced this program. 2 million developers.
I think that it's a really achievable goal, and I think that it would do a lot for improving the environment in the country in terms of hands-on programming. So I think it's great.
It's a massive number. The possibilities are immense. India will be the largest developer base globally, and just to get everyone to start thinking about Android and developing for Android, we're at the cusp of a revolution.
Let's do something big. More games, more users, more success.
Yes.
Everything more.
Developing a successful app isn't easy. To reach a broad audience, you'll need to consider your iOS, Android, and mobile web users. And to build for these platforms, you'll need a backend server to store data and support the apps. Of course, you want to get your users logged in, hopefully lots of users, which means your backend will have to scale. Then after you've solved your scaling problems, you'll have to find more ways to spread the word to get new users. But have you found a way to measure all this activity? And oh no, your app is crashing and causing servers to melt down, and you haven't even made a dime yet. Don't you wish this could be easier? This is why we built Firebase. It has all the tools you need to build a successful app. It helps you reach new users, keep them engaged, scale up to meet that demand, in addition to getting paid. From the beginning, with Firebase, you'll have test lab and crash reporting to prevent and diagnose errors in your app. Your backend infrastructure problems are solved with our real-time database, file storage, and hosting solutions. Acquiring new users is easy with invites, AdWords, and dynamic links. And using the authentication component, you can get those users logged in with minimal friction. Once installed, you can keep your users engaged with notifications, cloud messaging, and app indexing. Then, with Remote Config, you'll have the freedom to experiment with new features and optimize the user experience in real time. And of course, you can earn money with the same AdMob component that's been monetizing great apps for years. Last, but certainly not least, our all-new analytics component, designed uniquely for Firebase, brings insight into how well these components are working for you and your users. With Firebase Analytics, you can measure and optimize your advertising campaigns, discover who are your most valuable users, and understand exactly how they are using your app. Now, all these components work great on their own and provide a solid infrastructure to build out your app, but they work even better when combined in creative ways. So let Firebase handle the details of your app's backend infrastructure, user engagement, and monetization, while you spend more time building the apps your users will love. To get started right now with Firebase on Android, iOS, or the web, follow these links for more information. Then, to manage and monitor your apps connected to Firebase, there's a web console to view crashes, set up experiments, track analytics, and a whole lot more. And to learn more about Firebase and all of its components, you can read the documentation right here. We can't wait to see what you build.
Thank you for joining us here today. India is coming a long way, as I just mentioned. Today, India is the second largest country in the world in terms of number of developers. Soon, it's going to be number one.
What we want to invest in is actually training the faculty from your colleges.
The potential is so great, and what Google is doing to help catalyze that innovation it's really an exciting time for these campuses.
We are really trying to provide the best possible experience to teachers in these faculty hubs, because the first step to training 2 million developers is to train the teachers that are going to teach those 2 million.
Industry as of now demands a lot of updated curriculum. Developing 2 million Android developers, working in a technical university, we can contribute hugely on developing those million app developers.
So we're excited that all the raw materials are there to create an innovation revolution in India.
I really think the students are going to make some great things, and I can't wait to see what comes out.
There's a lot of potential in India, and we need to take it forward.
With Google, we can provide rich opportunities to all. That is the essence of Google program, which I have seen.
This is a good move, and this program will definitely be useful to the students, because app development is going to rule the world for next few years, believe.
Hello and welcome to Google I/O 2017, our annual developer festival. I'm Timothy Jordan, a developer advocate at Google, and I'll be touring the I/O venue throughout the next 3 days, exploring the sandboxes, interviewing Googlers, and giving you eyes on the ground. That's right, even though you're joining remotely, this year you'll get an in-depth look at everything happening at Shoreline, not just the sessions. You can follow along on any of the livestream channels on google.com/io. Google I/O is an outdoor developer festival hosting 7,200 attendees at Shoreline Amphitheater, along with millions of viewers on the live stream. That's you. And thousands of developers at more than 450 local I/O extended events across 80 countries. We have 14 content tracks with over 150 breakout sessions, all live streamed on google.com/io. There's also over 70 code labs live to get you up and running with our latest APIs today at g.co/io/codelabs. But before you get to any of that, let's review a handful of the announcements you just heard. Smart Reply, available in Inbox by Gmail and Allo, saves you time by suggesting quick responses to your messages. It utilizes machine learning to give you better responses the more you use it, and it already drives 12% of replies in Inbox on mobile. Starting today, Smart Reply is coming to Gmail for Android and iOS too. We're excited to announce that our second generation tensor processing units are coming to Google Compute Engine as cloud TPUs, where you can connect them to virtual machines of all shapes and sizes and mix and match them with other types of hardware, including Skylake CPUs and NVIDIA GPUs. You can program these cloud TPUs with TensorFlow, the most popular open source machine learning framework on GitHub, and we're introducing high-level APIs which will make it easier to train machine learning models on CPUs, GPUs, or cloud TPUs with only minimal code changes. Many top researchers don't have access to anywhere near as much compute power as they need. To help as many researchers as we can and further accelerate the pace of open machine learning research, we will make 1,000 cloud TPUs available at no cost to ML researchers via the TensorFlow Research Cloud. Android O, coming later this year, will bring more fluid experiences to your smaller screen, as well as improvements to battery life and security. With picture-in-picture, you can seamlessly do 2 tasks simultaneously, and smart text selection improves copy and paste by using machine learning to recognize entities on the screen. Google Play Protect is Google's comprehensive security services for Android, which provides powerful new protections and greater visibility into your device security. Play Protect is built into every device with Google Play, is always updating, and automatically takes action to keep your data and device safe. We also have an early preview of a new initiative for entry-level Android devices that internally we call Android Go. The goal is to get computing into the hands of more people by creating a great smartphone experience on all Android devices with 1 GB or less of memory. Android Go is designed with features relevant for people who have limited data connectivity and speak multiple languages. Of course, way more was covered in the Google keynote, including new ways to share with Google Photos, including photo books, new ways that Google Assistant can help you do even more, investments in the core technologies that enable VR and AR, and in platforms that make them accessible to more people. Have questions about O'17? Tweet them starting today through May 19th using hashtag O'17request. A team of Googlers will be on site chasing down answers for you. Make sure to also follow the conversation on hashtag O'17 and on the Google Developers blog. Make sure to tune in to the developer keynote at 1 p.m. Pacific time, and I'll see you right here on the live stream between all the sessions. This is Google I/O 2017.
coding opens doors to make it more than just an app. People everywhere standing up, uniting behind a piece of technology that they think has the potential to change the world. That's amazing.
You really have to start to build from scratch. What is a story on the phone? With a progressive web app, there's a link, tap it, install it with no friction, done.
I was really interested in doing lyrics generation, and TensorFlow was a really great match for that because it allowed me to build out and utilize the models that I needed to be successful.
呢啲嘅數據都可以幫助我哋更精確咁樣了解用戶嘅特徵，令到可以由更快同埋
Hello and welcome to Google I/O 2017. I'm Timothy Jordan, and I'll be here between sessions to guide you around the in-person experiences at the festival. That's right, even though you're joining remotely, this year you'll get an in-depth look at everything happening on the ground. Have a question about IO17? Tweet it our way today through the 19th using hashtag IO17request, and a team of Googlers will be on site tracking down answers for you. You just saw our developer keynote where Jason Titus led you through our investments in tools and services for developers. That's you. It's our goal to simplify repetitive tasks like dealing with user login, analytics, or synchronizing real-time data. We're providing tools to make it easier to solve these and other everyday problems in simple and powerful ways. And we want to help you build amazing new experiences with machine learning, VR, and voice-enabled interactions. Let's review a handful of the announcements you just heard along those lines. Android is officially supporting the Kotlin programming language, in addition to the Java language and C++. Kotlin is a brilliantly designed, mature, production-ready language that we believe will make Android development faster and more fun. Android Studio 3.0 Canary is our new preview that includes 3 major features to accelerate the development flow. A new suite of app performance profiling tools to quickly diagnose performance issues, support for the Kotlin programming language, and increased Gradle build speeds for large-sized app projects. With Firebase, we're providing more insights to understand app performance through a new product, Firebase Performance Monitoring. We're also introducing integration between hosting and cloud functions, adding support for phone number authentication, and improving analytics. Oh, and we've also started open sourcing our SDKs. We've introduced new innovations for you to make it easy for your users to pay for services with the Google Payment API, to build profitable businesses with a completely redesigned ad mob, and to grow a user base with universal app campaigns. There are several powerful new features and reports in the Play console to help you improve your app's performance, manage releases with confidence, reach a global audience, and grow your business. Android Instant Apps is a new way to run Android apps without requiring installation. Now anyone can build and publish an instant app. There are also more than 50 new experiences available for users to try out from a variety of brands such as Jet, New York Times, Vimeo, and Zillow. And finally, we're adding 2 new certifications for web developers, the Mobile Sites Certification and the Mobile Web Specialist Certification. Those are some of the highlights. Check out our Google Developers blog for a more in-depth recap of this afternoon's announcements. We have 14 content tracks with over 140 breakout sessions, all live streamed. And in between them all, I'll be your all-access pass with sandbox tours, interviews, and even a peek or 2 at the parties. Tune into the live stream on google.com/IO, catch me in between sessions on any of the live stream channels, and follow the conversation on hashtag IO17. This is Google I/O 2017.
Hello, and welcome to Google I/O 2017. I'm Patrick Brady from the Android team at Google, and I'm here with AJ and Chen to give you guys an update on Android in cars. We have a lot to cover today, and I see there's still people streaming in, but let's buckle up and get driving. The automotive industry is really heating up. I think that's no secret. We see cars rapidly transforming from disconnected mechanical machines to powerful connected computers on wheels. The controls are shifting from mechanical knobs and dials to software-defined interfaces accessible through touchscreens and voice controls. Cars are getting more sensors and screens, microphones, connectivity, and compute power. We also see a convergence between the mobile and automotive worlds, creating exciting opportunities to revolutionize the way we interact with our cars today through open platforms, artificial intelligence, and vibrant developer ecosystems. Android Auto is an effort from Google and our partners to bring all of these advances together and create a safe and seamless experience for drivers everywhere. It's still early days, but today, anyone with an Android Auto-compatible car can see the beginnings of this vision at work with access to their favorite Android apps right from the car's display. We continue to expand the number of Android Auto-compatible models available through great partnerships with over 50 car brands. There are over 300 Android Auto cars compatible today, including first launches from Chrysler, Renault, Volvo, in the last few months alone. And that's triple the number from just 1 year ago. It's well on its way to becoming a standard feature in every new car. But of course, we know that not everyone has a new car. And so we've also made the Android Auto app available as a standalone experience on Android phones. This opens up the platform and ecosystem to many millions of drivers, no matter what kind of car they drive. Whether you're looking to stay connected with WhatsApp, Facebook Messenger, or Allo, or pass the time with NPR One, an audiobook from Audible, or the latest album release on Spotify, the apps drivers want on the road are available through Android Auto. And before anyone asks, Waze is now hitting beta, so we're very excited to welcome them into Android Auto as well. We're seeing strong growth on the developer front as well. In fact, we've seen a 50% increase in auto-enabled apps in the Play Store since last year. But none of this would matter if we didn't have users, right? Well, I'm happy to say that Android Auto usage is growing like crazy as well. Here's where we were at Google I/O 2016. And here's where we are today at I/O 2017. We've seen a 10x growth in usage over the last year alone, and the strong trajectory continues. But this is really just the beginning, and we're really more excited about where Android is going on the road ahead. Last year at I/O, we announced that we're building automotive features right into the Android platform to make it a turnkey solution for cars, every bit as much an automotive platform as it is a mobile platform today. We're doing this because we believe open platforms are powerful enablers of ecosystems. They reduce the cost of development, and they speed time to market. In a sense, they accelerate innovation. We're also doing this because it enables us to deliver an even more seamless driving experience, with all the information, controls, and connectivity available through a single system that's infused with the driver's identity, their digital life, and context. We listened and learned from partners who had already brought Android into automotive, and we worked hard to solve the challenges they hit along the way. A robust and full-featured Bluetooth stack, a standard way to connect with the cabin controls for windows and air conditioning and car sensors, a system that boots instantly. At Google I/O 2016, we showed this all off with Android Nougat powering the entire in-car experience of a concept Maserati. The windows, the doors, the air conditioning, the instrument cluster. And as much as we really loved that Maserati, and I'd really like to take it home, it was a concept. And I think what we think you all want, is to see real cars running modern Android-powered systems. The traction we're seeing in the industry is pretty amazing. Just a few short months after the official Android Nougat release, several of our partners were demoing Android-powered infotainment systems at CES 2017, including Fiat Chrysler's Android-powered Uconnect system. Earlier this week, the automotive industry heavyweight with a reputation for building some of the most advanced systems on the market, Audi, announced that they will build their next-generation infotainment systems on Android. Please join me in welcoming Alphonse Faller, Head of Connected Car and Infotainment at Audi AG.
Patrick and our friends from Google, thank you very, very much for being here, that we have got the invitation to be at the Google I/O. For Audi, it's the third time that we are here at the I/O. And for Audi, the Google I/O is really, really a special event, a great event. We have a very, very long-term relationship with Google. And together, Patrick and your team, we have been able to launch a lot of really cool services over the last years. We started with Google Earth, amazing. Search, BOI, Street View, a lot of things. And now, the really big next step is coming. If you are looking on the picture, on this picture we see the brand new Audi interior design. This design is based on the best-in-class digital cockpit technology. And we see here three absolute automotive high-end displays in the front and additional displays in the form. Based on this digital cockpit, we are able to bring in a really, really amazing design and a really straightforward, excellent user experience. And in this interior design, we are doing a seamless integration of embedded Android. And I think that is really, really a big step. If I'm to do a short summary in terms of time, what's ongoing automotive? We are bringing together with our Silicium partners really, really high-end computing inside the car. Next step is with our friends from mobile communication. We are connecting all cars with high-speed LTE and very soon also with 5G to the whole cloud ecosystem. And now the point is, with the embedded Android, we are able to provide an open platform for automotive. And this enables us to invite all of you to participate in automotive development. And that's great. So thanks very much, and looking forward to see this concept on our show car outside and have one or other further discussion. Thank you very much.
Thanks. Yeah, thanks. Thank you, Alphonse. We couldn't be more excited to partner with Audi again to bring Android into their future cars. But you can't build an ecosystem with just one partnership, right? And that's why I'm happy to say that one of the industry's most innovative companies, Volvo, is also putting their weight behind the Android in-car ecosystem. I'm happy to welcome up Henrik Green, Senior Vice President of Research and Development at Volvo Car Group, to tell you a bit about their new system.
Thank you, Patrick. Good afternoon, and thank you, the friends at Google, for inviting us here to this great event. Thank you for the sun, and most of all, thank you for the sunscreen. I haven't dared looked at the mirror yet, so I'm not sure, but I'm definitely burned on the right side. I mean, we have worked with Google for a number of years on a different size of projects, and of course, the recent Android Auto is a fantastic success of that. But today, we're here to announce that our partnership is going to the next level. We are, together with Google team here, going to develop the next generation of connected car infotainment. And as always for Volvo, it's very important for us to create a completely seamless solution where the user experience is at the heart of everybody, and that we can provide a better life and a better experience through the integrated use of this infotainment system. Now, the design of a UX system plays, of course, an enormous important role. But at the heart of it is the operating system. And here, we strongly believe that together with Google, we will develop the next generation based on the Android platform. So, again, it's to you out there. You are the developers. You are now the people and the brain power that will bring this experience to life in the future cars. So be with us here and show that we can make the best connected infotainment system and car experience out there. Thank you so much.
Pretty cool, right? I definitely encourage you to go check out the demos that Audi and Volvo are showing in the Android and IoT booths out there. As good as the cars look up on the screens, they look even better in person. Sadly, I have to say, we're not giving out any free cars this year at I/O, so you have to make do with a T-shirt. But Audi and Volvo are really true pioneers in automotive electronics and infotainment. And we couldn't have picked better partners to usher in the future of connected cars. We're really, really excited about that. With the Android Auto app on phones, with 300 Android Auto compatible car models, and with Android built-in systems hitting the road soon, we're pushing forward to revolutionize the way we stay connected in our cars, creating a safe and seamless connected experience for drivers everywhere. But a big part of the driver's digital life, as Henrik and Alphonse said, is the applications and services they use throughout their digital life on their other devices. And we need to bring the ecosystem along for the ride. So I'd like to welcome up on stage AJ Kimbembe from the Android Auto UX team to talk about what this all means for developers. Thanks.
Thank you, Patrick. Thank you, Patrick. And hi, everyone. My name is AJ, and I am the lead designer for Android in-car infotainment. Patrick already detailed how we've been hard at work to make Android the best possible infotainment platform with improvement to Bluetooth, boot time, car control, such as HVAC, radio, car sensors, clusters, and so on. But Android is not only a great platform, it's also an entire ecosystem of apps and services. But first, I would like to talk about why are we doing this. So this is an actual photo from our field research. This driver is trying to catch Pokemons on Pokemon Go while at the wheel. And you can see the family crossing in the background. So don't worry, everybody is safe. And again, this is not a stock image. This is our researchers in the car with real drivers out on the road. And now, if this is happening with our researchers in the vehicle, the gist of it is our internal research shows that people, drivers, want to stay connected. And they may resort to use their phone to do so, and that can lead to situations that are fundamentally unsafe. We want to help drivers stay connected with user interfaces that are safe and predictable. So I'd like to talk about three things here. First, why it's complex to design services for the car? What Android is doing to help as a platform then? And finally, what are the various ways that you can integrate with Android Auto as a developer? OK. What is making designing apps and services for the car specific, exciting, but also sometimes challenging? Android is a platform for infotainment across a wide range of possible surfaces with shapes, aspect ratio that could be different, densities, fidelities. A car interior is a meticulously crafted experience. Everything is optimized for safety, of course, but also to provide a specific experience for each brand and each price point. Displays can be big, small, wide, tall, entertaining cluster or heads-up displays. Android is a platform that supports all of these. But along with the outputs, the inputs methods are multiple as well. Touchscreens are more and more common in the cars, but also D-pad, touchpad, rotary input. Many more cars have that as well. And some systems are even hybrids of multiple input mechanisms. And Android is a platform that supports that as well. Safety. Safety, of course, is our priority. We are working really, really hard to reduce driver distraction, visual distraction, manual distraction, cognitive distraction. Our internal user research team works closely and iteratively with the broader team to strengthen understanding of in-vehicle driver interaction, and also to guide our future development. Our team conducts the foundational research, the studies, the needs assessment, usability evaluation, quantitative surveys, and formal driver distraction testing as well. They also engage in a positive working relationship with external organization, and they stay up to date with the regulation standards. We do all that so our partners and developers don't have to do it. So you can see that our driving simulator is an expensive setup that kind of realistically simulates driving conditions. We use it for many things, including the detection response task. That is one way that we use to evaluate cognitive load. We also use it for eye tracking. You can see on the picture Katie with the apparatus on her face. And we also use the occlusion glasses. They are a little tool that we use to simulate a driver focusing on the road and glancing at the UI. They close and they open. What I would like to say is it's a complex and expensive endeavor. And again, we are doing all that so our partners and drivers don't have to worry too much about it. OK. So now on to what Android is doing to help developers. So like we said earlier, we know that drivers want to stay connected, and we want to help them with interfaces that are safe and predictable. But the content, the context, and the inherent fluid nature of modern digital services can make that a challenge. The content of in-car infotainment used to be more predictable. Now, with Android, we are designing a system that is ready to safely bring into cars services that we know and how to use on other platforms, and that we like as well. Android is already a great platform for modern digital services on phones, on tablets, on TVs, on wearables, and now we are bringing that in cars as well. The key to adapt quickly and efficiently to the wide diversity of human-machine interfaces that we find in the industry is modularity. Android is abstracting away the inputs and outputs so developers don't have to worry about screen size or shapes or whether something is touch or rotary. We take care of that. Android also provides an in-car platform so developers can continue to innovate and focus on building innovative apps without having to worry about all these details. One way Android does the heavy lifting for developers is through templates. We've designed a system that enables automotive-grade templates to safely and predictably perform the most common driving-related tasks. Those templates are designed to accommodate a wide variety of regulatory concerns. So for example, Spotify don't have to worry about what is the tap target size for some screens, or how many items can be displayed on one screen in a given country or region. We take care of that. And another way we make Android in the car very predictable experience is with apps. Although powerful, the app grid is not the most suitable metaphor for the automotive space. We've identified the key areas for the car and made it easy to switch between them. And it's not only in our own Android Auto platform. You can see this today, for example, in the best-in-class systems designed by our partners, Audi and Volvo. And be sure to check their demos after in the IoT and Android right outside. Here, the most commonly used functions are elevated, so drivers can quickly and safely switch between them without having to make their way through an upgrade. We also want the experience to feel personal and tailored. We work hard to make sure that Android understands when the driver is in the car and can optimize itself to safely bring the driver's apps and services. Android is already built in with multi-user support. It's been a few years now. And we are fully leveraging this framework in the vehicle to enable frictionless personalization. We want to get to the point where a driver can step into a rental car and have an experience that is personalized and ready to drive. Now on to the last portion. What are the different ways that you can bring your app or service into cars? Android is a common platform that millions of developers already know how to build for. If you are already invested in the Android ecosystem, we want to make things easy for you. Android, as a platform, does the heavy lifting and provides a set of tools and APIs to integrate very easily with the car. Our goal is to have one single platform across every car. Let's look at that in more details. We want to be respectful of the time and resources developers have to commit to bring their app and services to the car. That's why there are multiple ways you can integrate with Android Auto, depending on the nature of your service, of course. For a few of those apps, it will require a lot of more effort, a lot more design time, and possibly more cost as well. But for most of the app, it will be less effort and less time that could be involved. What we call full app, or services that need full control of what is displayed on the screen. I would like to take the example here in the great interior of the Volvo O'17 that is on demo. Google Maps is using dynamic, scrollable, and pinchable map tiles. Bringing a full app experience necessitates a huge amount of human and technical resources. You have to think about target size, type size, day and night mode, focus-based system, such as rotary input or touchpads. All of this then required full testing capabilities to ensure that the resulting app is up to formal standards regarding driver distraction. Waze is another example of an application that requires full pixel control. And you can see here presented in our Android Auto for your car screen version. Not all the apps are making application though. For audio apps, we've created a set of templates that safely offer all the necessary functionalities in a simple, predictable, and safe manner. Here I would like the example of the Audi Q8 Sport concept that is on demo as well. You can see how Audi elegantly implemented the media session API that developers can use to bring their media app into cars. The templates are working on all our surfaces, screen densities, and inputs, and they are rigorously tested for driver distraction. And the great thing is, all of the applications that are already working with Android Auto for your phone screen or for your car screen will be working here as well, without extra work from our developers. And you can also see how the really elegantly implemented media browse API. And here presented with Pocket Cast, so you can find your content easily and safely in a experience that feels immersive and right in place in the car. Messaging is one of the major use cases in the car for SMS, but also apps such as WhatsApp or Facebook Messenger or Allo. The integration with Auto is simple and based on Android notifications. All that is necessary is to integrate with our car extender object to enable a safe, voice-centric messaging experience for your users. This is another example of the media session implemented with RPA1. But here you can see our WhatsApp notifications are showing up. We've made them working great for safe and predictable use on a phone that is mounted on your dashboard of your car. And the great thing is that without SRO for WhatsApp, we can make it work on different form factors. Here, Android Auto for your car screen. And that is working for touch, but also focus-based systems, such as rotary inputs. Another way to integrate with Auto is through the Google Assistant. Assistant-based apps and services are inherently cross-platform, and their voice-centric nature makes them ideally suited for in-car use. The next speaker is going to talk more about that, and so I will not expand into too much detail here. So that's what we are working hard on to enable a healthy ecosystem with Android. We work hard to abstract away the complexity and provide developers and car manufacturers with a robust, up-to-date, and secure platform. Now I would like to welcome Chen on stage to talk more about how you can integrate with the Google Assistant on Android Auto. Thank you. Chen, thank you.
Thank you, AJ. Hello, I'm Chen, Technical Lead and Manager on the Google Assistant on Android Auto team. And I'm here to tell you about how you, the developers, can engage with users in the car. See if this scenario sounds familiar. You're running late for work and you rush out the door. On your drive, you think back to yourself, did I actually lock the front door? Wouldn't it be awesome if you could talk to your car and say, OK, Google, did I lock the door? Or maybe on that same commute, you're thinking, what meetings am I actually rushing to? Or I better not forget to buy milk before I go home. It'd be great if you could talk to your car and say, what's my next meeting? Or remind me to buy milk before I go home. These are all things that the Google Assistant can help you with. And more importantly, you as the developer can make your services available via the Assistant. As AJ has mentioned before, voice input is critical in the car. For safety reasons, we want to make sure the users keep their eyes on the road and hands on the wheel. While the users are on this journey, we want to make sure the user stays connected, they can get things done, and stay entertained. The Google Assistant can provide that intelligent and conversational voice as we move from a mobile-first to an AI-first world. We want it to be the ultimate co-pilot for the user in the car. Users are spending precious time in the car, and we're making the Assistant help the user complete the mission and make the journey fun. With the feature called My Day, you can say, OK, Google, tell me about my day. And the Assistant will tell you about upcoming calendar events, reminders, commute traffic, so you can hit the ground running when you get to work. On the road, your Assistant can tell you about traffic ahead or show you gas stations if you need to make a pit stop. If you're bored, you can ask the Assistant to play that favorite song you've downloaded or listen to a variety of music and podcasts. We know that staying connected is very important for users on the road, so we make calling and messaging easy with voice actions like call mom, send a WhatsApp message, or read my messages. Many of these experiences are only possible because developers like you have implemented the right APIs. So thank you for helping us create that great user experience. Since the assistant is cross-surface, it'll help the users get things done wherever they are, in the home and on the go. Patrick and AJ have already talked about how messaging and media apps can integrate with Android Auto for a seamless and consistent user experience in the car. Those were the templated and notification apps in AJ's pyramid that want to show a UI. But there are tons of other apps that don't fall under these categories. How can you as a developer get your experience in the car without having to deal with the complexity of building a full automotive app and having to accommodate different screen sizes, various inputs and outputs? If your service can be voice-centric in the car, and you want a lightweight integration for reaching these users, then the good Google Assistant is a good option. So how do you build for the Google Assistant? Actions on Google is the platform for developers to build for the Google Assistant. The platform allows developers to reach users wherever the assistant is available. The platform uses cloud execution, so users don't need to pre-install any app. When they ask for your service by name, you'll be connected immediately. Many developers are already building for the actions on Google. When building for actions on Google, there are 3 key pieces that need to be defined by the developer: invocation triggers, dialogue, and fulfillment. Let me illustrate with an example. I like coding, and I like fortune cookies. So I want to build a service that gives me a daily dose of coding fortune cookies. So the first step is I need to define my invocation trigger. How does the user connect to my service? What do they actually have to say? In this case, I'll make it simple. Whenever the user says, "Talk to coding fortune cookie," then the Google Assistant will connect the user to my service. The next step is dialogues. So once the user is connected to my service, how do I talk to them? What kind of information am I asking, and what kind of responses am I expecting? What are valid responses? What are invalid responses? In this case, I'm going to make it a simple question. Do they want a Java or a C++ fortune cookie? Okay. So there are only 2 valid responses in this case. So let's suppose that the user picked Java. Now we can move on to the third step, which is fulfillment. For fulfillment, I have all the information that I need. So how do I go about committing that transaction or executing that action on behalf of the user? So in this case, I'm going to look in my bank of Java fortunes, and I'm going to pick one out for today. Random one. Today's fortune says, Code Fuchsia says, for true happiness, prefer interfaces over abstract classes. That's one I actually use every day. That's a high-level view of Actions on Google. The Google Assistant and Actions on Google are coming to Android Auto and will open up a wide possibility of use cases. Agents and services that are built on top of the platform will transfer over. If you think that users will interact with your agent or service in the car, it's a good idea to start thinking about what is the user experience that you want to build for that special context. One car-specific consideration is safety and driver distraction. How can you build a user experience that both minimizes driver distraction and allow users to get things done and stay entertained? Let's think about some potential use cases for engaging with users in the car. What is possible here? One idea is reservations. It's a Friday night, and I'm meeting up with my husband for dinner. We pick out a restaurant, and on the way there, I would love to be able to say, book a table, and have that table waiting for me by the time I get there. What would be even more awesome and magical is if the Google Assistant and that third-party service can suggest a good reservation time that takes into account my location, traffic, and maybe parking availability, so I make a reservation for a time that I can definitely make. Another idea is food ordering. I'm working late on a weeknight, and I'm too lazy to cook. On my way home, I would love to be able to put in an order at my favorite restaurant and have that food delivered and arrived at my home by the time I get there. Saves on time, saves on cooking. Like I mentioned earlier, how many times have you driven away from your house and can't remember whether you've actually locked the front door? It'd be very cool if you could say, OK, Google, check my door, or did I lock my door? Or just lock it. Another one is lights. I'm driving home, and I actually hate walking into a dark house because I'm actually afraid of the dark. It would be great if from the car I could just say, turn on my living room lights, or turn on my dining room lights, and I never have to walk into a dark house again. Games and entertainment. How many times have you been on long road trips with kids where you struggle to find a way to keep them entertained? Wouldn't it be awesome if you could say, OK, Google, entertain my kids, and have games that are age appropriate for different kids so they can play whatever they want? They stay entertained, and I can focus on the road. These are just some ideas on ways developers can engage with users in the car. I look forward to what creative ideas you come up with. Please check out the Actions on Google's site, where there are actually code samples and tools that help you build the dialogue and triggers and fulfillment steps, so that it makes it easier to bring up your service. We also have demos at the IoT and Android domes where we'll actually be showcasing some of the use cases that I just talked about, including controlling hue lights and August door locks directly from inside the car. Thank you, and back to Patrick.
Thanks. Thanks, Chen. It's really exciting to see a new way for developers to easily extend their services into cars. With conversational voice powered by the Google Assistant, we hope to see many new types of apps and use cases by next I/O. You also heard from AJ earlier on how media and messaging apps can extend into the car through a scalable way with Android Auto templates and notification extensions. Android Auto and the Google Assistant abstract most of the complexity of automotive development so that you can just worry about building a great app and experience for your cars or for your drivers. This model has helped Android Auto grow to be the largest in-car ecosystem today, and it's about to get a whole lot bigger with the Google Assistant. With 10x growth in users over the last year and new partners like Audi and Volvo building Android directly into their cars, we know that developers are going to have plenty of eager drivers out there who want to stay connected on the road. So we're excited to continue this road ahead with all of you to build the future of automotive infotainment and create a safe and seamless experience for drivers everywhere. Thanks, and enjoy the rest of the show.
We have with us Soham Mondal today, who is a Google developer expert for user experience. Soham, what is UX according to you?
So UX is, as you know, right, user experience. It's about understanding the need, the basic goal that they want to achieve, and helping them achieve that goal, as simple as that.
Recently, your app got featured on the Play Store. So what are your tips for other app developers?
So the first thing is do a lot of user research. Understand their backgrounds and motivations, why they are installing your app in the first place, and then build something for that. After that, once you've understood that, you've tested that, done some usability testing, then follow guidelines, right? Guidelines make your life easier. Follow material design guidelines and other guidelines. That's how my app got featured on the Play Store.
What are the tips you would like to give for people who are building for rural India?
The challenges in rural India are completely different. You have to first of all localize the application, right? There are so many languages in India. It's very important that you localize the app and make it very, very accessible. Apart from that, make sure that the gestures and icons and the overall application is very, very localized. So people are not used to swiping because that's their first computing device. So make sure that you are building something that they understand. And finally, make sure that you're doing usability testing, that they're able to achieve the task, right, in any kind of application. That's very, very important. So with all of this, I'm sure you'll be able to make a great application for the whole of India.
You are a BLR Droid community organizer. What is it that motivates you to give your skills and expertise back to the community?
I've been part of this community for since 2009, and initially I was just a member. I used to go to meetups, I used to learn so much, I used to meet so many interesting people. It's such a great experience that you learn something, you meet people, and then you want to kind of give back to it because it's so good. I've learned so much from it. It's only fair that I give it back. So that's my motivation.
We have with us Aparna Sridhar, who is a product manager at HackerRank. There are so many people who really look up to you. What really inspired you into technology?
I started writing my first program when I was, say, in 6th standard. Just playing around with BASIC back in the days when, we had dial-up connection. And when I decided what to do for, undergraduate studies, that's when, I had the option to again pick computer science, and at that point in time I dated back to this enjoyable experience I had as a child and thought maybe I would give that a try.
Tell us about your experience as lead coach for the Udacity Android Nano degree.
Something that I would like to highlight about teaching is that it's been the most fulfilling and gratifying experience. Can I help that one student who almost wants to give up on programming, who almost feels like this experience is too hard? If I can help that one person at a time progress, I feel like later in their life sometimes they would look back to do it for somebody else again.
What is your message to the women in tech out there?
We undergo a lot of stereotypes. I cannot tell you the number of times I'm the only woman in the room and automatically the question is, are you in sales, are you in marketing? The more women can do to break that stereotype, to embrace more of these roles, the more we can change this perspective that we do have in tech.
Thank you so much, Aparna.
Welcome. This is our first certification summit. You guys and ladies are among the first certified Android developers. The developer base growing very fast, going and becoming the largest developer base in the world. The interesting point is that India is a mobile-first market. However, the percentage of developers developing for mobile is relatively low. So we're trying to really supercharge that.
India is one of the emerging markets. 80% of the smartphone growth rate is expected till 2019. You guys are Android certified developers. And just imagine that you are going to reach these many people with your applications that you're going to develop.
They're not trying to solve for the entire world. They're trying to solve for their own users. You are, at the end of the day, developing a product not for yourself. You're developing for end consumer.
So I'm going to talk to you guys about what's new with Android O. Any of you guys use some of the Firebase 2.0 features?
Yes, it's about recognition, it's about getting a job, it's about growing your career, but there are bigger forces at play. I feel that development, mobile development, Android, can make a difference actually in the world, fixing problems in one's own community, whether it's water, education, environment. But we want to support you connecting to communities and create change in the world.
Firebase makes authentication easy for end users and developers.
Most applications need to know the identity of a user so they can provide a customized experience and keep their data secure. Firebase supports lots of different ways for your users to authenticate. If your users want to authenticate with their email address, you can build that for them. Firebase Auth has built-in functionality for third-party providers such as Facebook, Twitter, GitHub, and Google. It can also integrate with your existing account system if you have one. You're given the choice about how to present login to the user. You can build your own interface, or you can take advantage of our open-source UI, which is fully customizable and incorporates years of Google's experience in building simple sign-in UX. No matter which one you use, once a user authenticates, 3 things happen. Information about the user is returned to the device via callbacks. This allows you to personalize your app's user experience for that specific user. The user information contains a unique ID which is guaranteed to be distinct across all providers, never changing for a specific authenticated user. This unique ID is used to identify your user and what parts of your backend system they're authorized to access. Firebase will also manage your user's session so that users will remain logged in after the browser or application restarts. And of course, it works on Android, iOS, and the web. That's Firebase Auth, allowing you to focus on your users and not the sign-in infrastructure to support them. Did you know that the average user has 36 apps on their device and doesn't use 3/4 of them most of the time? And of those, about 1/3 of them have only ever been used once. Well, what if that's your app? You've done the research, you've written the code, you've performed the testing, you've perfected the design, you've gotten the installs, and then nothing. So, how do you prevent this? App indexing helps you re-engage with your users through tight integration with Google Search. As well as appearing in search results, it surfaces your app through autocomplete and now on tap. All you have to do is get your app in the index. And when users search for the content that's already in your app, they'll be able to see your app directly in the search results and be able to launch it right from there. It's as easy as that. But how does it work? If your app and site have similar content, you associate them with each other. Then, your app can receive incoming links from search. On Android, these are achieved using standard Android app links, and on iOS, using standard iOS universal links. When a user searches for your content, they can then find your app. If you have the app installed, it will allow you to link directly to it. When the app launches, it sees the address of the index content and decides which screen to load to show it. It's really as easy as that. You can also use the App Indexing SDK to submit content to the search engine based on how people use your app content. When people use your app, your search position can be improved. With app indexing, you get into the index, putting your app into Google search, and allowing you to re-engage your users.
So you've built an amazing mobile app that your users are going to love, but you want to get it into people's hands and let them see just how awesome it is. Well, AdWords helps you do this, putting ads for your app in front of billions of people that use Search, YouTube, Google Play, and more. You can quickly set up an ad campaign to reach the type of users that might be interested in your app. You only pay if the user clicks on that ad, and you can set the budget and acquisition costs that you're comfortable with. But how do you know you're reaching the right users? Maybe some will install your app and forget about it, while others will make it part of their daily lives. Firebase Analytics helps you do this. You can define events that happen in your app that you consider to be important, such as reaching the first level of your game, purchasing a fancy new pair of sunglasses, or returning every morning to check out new products. You can tell AdWords which of these events are most important to you. Then, AdWords will display ads to people who are more likely to complete these important actions in the future. You can also build audiences, which are specific segments of users, and have AdWords display your app to them. For example, imagine that you have a group of users who are very active, have added a product to their cart, but haven't purchased yet. Well, you can use Firebase to create an audience of just these people, and then use AdWords to give them specific ads and encourage them to come back to your app and take action. Understanding your users and engaging with them at just the right time and in the right way will help you build loyal users for your app. Firebase and AdWords, working together to help you grow your user base. Get started today. Your new users are waiting.
Android Instant Apps make it possible for users to access your app without having to install it first. Imagine users opening your app just by clicking on a link in an email or a text message. We've recently made Android Instant Apps available to all Android developers. To take full advantage of this, we have some best practices to help you make your Instant Apps user experience as great as that in your installed app, or maybe even better. You can find all this and more at the URL in the description below. It's important to keep in mind that by enabling your app to run instantly without installation, you're not creating another additional app. We're thinking of Instant Apps as another way to use the app your users already know and love. It's the same app, just without installation. By adding the ability to access your app directly from a link, a search result, or another app, it's much easier for users to engage with your app and get excited about it. If they decide to keep your app on their device permanently, they can then install it right from within the Instant app. The ability to launch an app without having to install it provides an enormous opportunity. For a long time, app developers have focused on the number of app installations as a proxy for the metrics their business really cares about. Without installation, users simply weren't able to engage with the developer's offerings at all. Removing this barrier to entry enables you to think about the metrics your business really cares about. Your audience is now just one tap away from engaging with your service. Your Instant app is just another mode your app can run in. So don't branch your UI and make any unnecessary changes regarding the layout, interface, design, or experience of your Instant app. The transition from instant to installed mode after installation should be as smooth and seamless as possible. Your users should have a rich and full app experience, even if they haven't installed your app. Rather than thinking of Instant Apps as a limiting factor to what your audience can do, think of it as an opportunity to get them to your functionality quicker and a way to foster your relationship with them. Avoid prompting your users to install the app when they're in the middle of a task. They'll be much more inclined to place your app onto their device permanently after it has had the opportunity to prove its usefulness. Refrain from bouncing them back and forth between your Instant app and your mobile web offerings. You can probably tell by now, Instant Apps are all about removing friction for your users and getting them closer to your functionality. Think about ways you can remove further barriers for your users. For example, wait until users can see the benefit of making an account and signing in until the value of doing so becomes apparent. Asking users to create an account after installation seems like a small additional ask when they've already gone through the app installation flow and are only just getting started. However, when they're coming from a link looking for specific content or functionality, being asked to register can feel very disruptive. Additionally, make sure to use available APIs to make your and your users' life easier. Using Google Smart Lock, for example, makes signing up and signing in a much simpler and straightforward experience. In summary, we really think that Instant Apps will unlock a lot of opportunity to engage your audience more directly. Users will be able to focus on what it is they want to accomplish rather than having to spend time maintaining and updating apps on their phone. We're super excited to see what you come up with. Everything I talked about here and much more you can find on g.co/instantapps. Thanks for watching.
Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to our session on Stand Out on Google Search with Structured Data and Search Analytics. My name is Andre Valente. I'm a technical program manager in Search, and this is Duncan Orsman, a product manager in Search. Thanks for joining us today. So the first thing I want to do is to give a little bit of perspective as to how we arrived where we are by going a little bit back to the evolution of search. As you know, Google's mission is to organize the world's information and make it accessible and useful. But how we're doing this is changing over time. Users are not satisfied anymore with us providing a link to a possible answer. They want us to provide the answers whenever possible, or help them navigate through the space of possible answers or possible alternatives. And in fact, you can see that many of our products, including, of course, the assistants, are now having this theme of Google providing assistance to our users. So before, and in fact, until now, in many cases, what you have, if you put a search like dessert recipes, is a set of links that you can explore, you can try out, and you have some snippets that try to give you an idea of what is behind those links. But users that land on your page once they click don't have enough context, and it's not clear their intent. So we tried to make this better, and last year we launched this idea of rich cards. The idea of rich cards is that there are visual modules that organize the information on what used to be a blue link in such a way that it's simpler to read, more visually appealing, and easier to navigate. These cards were sometimes organized into carousels like you see here, so you would be able to scroll right and left and sort of see some possible visual answers to your query. And now, particularly in the last year or so, we have evolved even further into this notion of immersives. These are sort of mini applications you have where you can explore the range of answers. So not only you have the visual components of these rich cards that we had before, but you also have things like these step targets. So for instance, you can refine your query and say, well, not only I want a strawberry tart recipe, I want one that's gluten-free. And this way, what happens is that somebody who clicks on this has a very clear intent of what they want to get. Now, what happens, however, is that in addition to all the information that Google has in its knowledge engine, what happens is that we use a lot of third-party structured data to power this. And what that means is that there's an opportunity for you. If you have a site where you have relevant information, you can try to organize that site and optimize its performance in such a way that you can participate in these features. What we have found is that the sites that implement structured data typically see increased click-through rates and increased engagement. In other words, the users that come to you are better users. So for example, here is one use case that we found. Rotten Tomatoes implemented structured data in more than 100,000 of their pages that attracted billions of impressions. But the more interesting part is that these pages resulted in 25% higher click-through rate, which is really very hard to achieve with any other means, compared with the pages they have that didn't have structured data. In other words, you can do these, and there's sort of good results for you. Later on, we're going to have more case studies that will explain the details. Now, in the remainder of this talk, we're going to teach you how you can use structured data to optimize your site's performance. We're going to tell you, how you can use this to stand out, pick up the right markup that you're going to put on your site, and how to measure the impact once you implement this. Now, next, Duncan is going to talk to you about how structured data appears on Google Search and give you more details.
Thanks, Andre. Hi there, I'm Duncan Osborne. I'm a product manager on Search. So Andre is going to get into how you implement and measure structured data in just a second. But I thought first we'd go through some of the features that we built that utilize structured data so that you can see how it then appears to users. And then we'll go through the implementation later. So we have quite a broad set of verticals that support features that have structured data in them. I'll go through just a couple examples, but I guess the key here is there are a fairly large number of verticals supported now, and we have a good set of partners in each one. So there's a good base to learn from, and we're constantly thinking of new verticals to roll out structured data features into. So I chose just a couple queries to show off structured data. These are just random from my search history. Let's get started from recipes. So this is a great example of a vertical where we've invested in structured data features at several levels, namely the page level, the domain level, and finally the result level. And so I'll walk through one of each of those. And it's dangerous to show cookies at snack time, but here we go. This is at page level. So in this case, what we've done is we've taken all of the recipe leaf results, as we call them, which just means a single recipe result, and we assemble them into a single carousel at the top of the page, which makes it easy for users to access all of the recipe results in one single place and make their decision and finally land on the one that they've chosen. You can see here that we're featuring several different kinds of structured data. First, we have the rating, we have the calorie count, and we have the cook time. All of those are sourced directly from the markup on the third-party site. It's also important to note that one click away from this experience is another interface that we've even more heavily optimized for browsing large numbers of recipes in this case. And here, again, we're using the same types of markup, but we've just restructured them so that they fit better in the UX that we've chosen in this case. One other thing that's important is we see several visual ramifications of structured data here in terms of rating and calorie count. But what's behind this experience is actually the markup at the page level, which tells us that it's a leaf result, a recipe page. And so that allows us to make decisions about how we then present them to users. So both kinds are important, the signal and finally how we decorate that result for users. So that's at page level. Now we move to domain level. At this point, we're assembling all of the results, but they're results that are in a single listing page of recipes, which by definition comes from a single domain. So instead of concatenating many different domains in one place, we now give the site owner a single property for their content. So once again, we've reflowed all of the content you see here in terms of ratings, cook time, calories, just in a smaller card format. So a good example of how we're fairly flexible and how we display this data. But the other interesting point here is that this list of content is customizable both in contents and in order. And that gives you a fairly visible level of control over how your results appear in search, which is pretty cool. OK, that's domain. And finally, at the result level, if we have a result that ranks that's just a single leaf page, we won't just leave it as a blue link. We'll use any data that we have to decorate that result so that it looks really good and also allows users to make decisions directly on the search results page. And the next one I wanted to show you, so moving on from cookies to something to make you even hungrier, is restaurants in SF, which is what cool people call San Francisco. So in this case, we again have the domain level results. So we've taken all of the restaurants that are in a listing page and assembled them into a carousel. But what's interesting here is, in this case, the site owner has only just provided the title, and we just shrink the card to adapt to that kind of data. But in this case, the site owner could also add things like the cuisine type or the location for the restaurant. So it's generally a good idea just to take a look at our developer guidelines and see what's possible for a given data type, and then you can decide, in that case, how you want us to render the cards. For example, they could have also added ratings, and those would appear right between the location and the title. And then one other point here, when you're doing domain level markup, you're only affecting your results, so we don't actually switch to results as a result. OK, so to burn off the calories, we're now moving to running shoes. And we're also switching to a different product, in this case, image search. So here, instead of going to web search, I went to the image search tab, and I searched for Nike Free Earn, which is a shoe. So in this case, this is a good example of a query where you have users that want a fairly visual exploration to start with. That's because they're exploring options and comparing how they visually look. But at a certain point, they want to move to the point where they make a purchase. There, you need additional information as a buyer. And that is where structured data comes in handy. So here in this case, we've included the price and the rating directly in that result once I tapped on the shoe that I wanted to buy. And then, of course, there's the link at the bottom of the page that allows me to visit and eventually purchase. Great. Let's wrap up these examples with a brand new feature that we launched just about a week ago. This is for events. So in this case, I searched for concerts in NYC, where I live. And here, right at the top of the page, we have a single box that assembles all of the events for my query. And so again, we've assembled things, but we rely on structured data to make this look good. So much of the data that we see here, the date, the time, the location, and even the image, are provided to us by the site owner. So this is, once again, one of these great features that we can provide to users based on the data that we're able to share with publishers. OK, Andre is here to walk you through how to then implement all of this markup.
Thank you, Duncan.
Sure.
So what I'm going to do is I'm going to walk you through sort of the journey of implementing this on your site, on your property. Before I do that, I just want to highlight and piggyback on a couple of elements that Duncan talked about what is structured there, what does it look like. Most of you are developers, but just in case. So you see here on the left side a specific card with a recipe, and on the right side I'm going to highlight a few elements so that you can see how they match. So you see this is a script tag in JSON LD, and it specifies that this is a recipe according to the schema in schema.org. That's a public specification. And then each of the properties is going to match components that can go into the card. So in this case, for instance, the name, your basic quesadilla recipe, becomes the title. You see here, as we continue, more tags. The image gives you a URL for the image that we're going to display on the image on the left. And the description can give you some elements that we could use, for instance, in the snippet. On more structured components, for instance, this is how you would specify an aggregate rating. And then we then translate this information into the stars and the number of reviews that you see on the left. And then finally, you have here the total time, the cooking time, the 10 minutes, as well as the number of calories, and this is how they're specified. So the lesson learned here is each specific markup, each type you have, in this case a recipe, is going to have its own specification, and you can see how they translate into the elements of the card. Now, this is sort of the overall journey of the implementation process, and I'm going to walk you through each element of it. So the first one is you want to identify the best markup match. So you're watching this talk, and you're thinking, right, this is something I could try to do. Now, throughout this journey, I will talk about different tools, and here's a summary. There's the Search Gallery, the Structured Data Testing tool, and the Search Console. These links, of course, are available to you. Hope you can take a moment and try those out after we talk. The first starting point is the Search Gallery. The Search Gallery basically allows you to figure out what are the places where you can add structured data and the kinds of things that you can do. The first part I want to highlight on the left top on this list, by the way, this is a brand new version of the Search Gallery that's being published this week. You see these enhancements, and these are things that you can do more or less independent on the kind of information you have. So recipes markup you're going to do if you have recipes on your site. But these are things that can enhance your results in Google search independently on what you do. So for instance, you could improve how the breadcrumbs are structured, corporate contacts, logos. You'd be surprised how many people don't give us a good specification of what their logo is so we could show it if necessary. Once you sort of look at these opportunities, they're all sort of low-hanging fruits. Probably everyone can do that. And then you see the second part, which are the vertical content types that Duncan was describing to you. So you have data sets, events, fact checks, music, podcasts, etc. So this, for instance, is the specification, the documentation for recipes. And you see that there's actually several kinds of markup I can have. On the left side, it's like a single recipe or a single query. And then on the top, on the extreme right, you see a list. So Duncan was talking to you about how you can sort of make a list page. This is how it would look like. Now, look carefully at the specification here. This is all on Google Dev site. And towards the bottom of the content page, we always show you the property. So earlier on, I was talking about the schema. Well, here we kind of give you a summary of the things that we expect. And take special care to look at which things are required. Because not all the pages, if you don't have all the required elements, they won't actually be published. And of course, it's a good idea for you to put the recommended fields as well, because that will increase the quality of the result, the quality of the card that we could show, and will make you look better. So for instance, like number of calories in the recipe, it's not obligatory, but if you put it, the information will be added as Duncan was described. OK, once you identify the kinds of markup that you want to have, now the next step is to actually draft some of it and sort of play with it. Well, back to the guide, to the page where the documentation is, you see there's these links with C markup. And for each of those, we actually will then give you a sample of what the markup is for that kind of structured data. And that will bring you to the second tool in our 3-tool part called the structured data testing tool, which we're going to get to later as well. The structured data testing tool opens with a sample of that specific kind of page so that you could use it as a starting point. The idea is that you can kind of play with it, see what it looks like. Generally, we try to make it really complete so it has all the components. And you could use this as sort of a starting point. Now, we recommend to you that you create a version of a sample page. Now, take a page of your site, for instance, that has a recipe or something, and then add the markup to that and test it out. So you can actually give the address of the page, and STTT will, structured data testing to STTT, will go pick up that page, analyze it, and tell you what happened with it, and give you whatever errors and warnings there might exist. Now, if your sample page, for instance, may be in a pre-deployment environment, you are not ready to publish yet, you can still cut and paste the markup here, so you can still test it. It's just a little bit more cumbersome. Now, once your page verifies for some structured data element, the next step is for you to see how it looks like. And you have this preview function here. Once you click preview, you see a sample card. As Duncan said, it depends a little on the context how much information we display, but you could see what your elements would look like in a realistic card that would be shown in search. And that helps you also tweak your content. So maybe you try different pictures or different images to see what's the best way to showcase your structured data. OK, so at this point, we understand what we want to do. We tested one to see what it looks like. And now the next step is to deploy this for some pages, or sort of a subset of your site. We generally recommend that you don't do this for everything at once. Get a subset of your site. And actually, can you go one page back? That you use a subset of your site and use that to try out. So add this to just perhaps even manually to a few HTML pages just to get a notion of what it would look like. Now, I'll get more technical. So there's actually two ways in which you could add the structured data. So one is the same kind of script that I showed you earlier in JSON-LD. You put in a script tag, and it would show like this. And it's actually the most common way in which people do it. And another one, you could actually use microdata inside a div tag, like this. So there's more additional documentation on our dev site if you want. Now, of course, you could implement these things manually, but that's not a great idea. What you really would like to do is to use your CMS. I imagine most of you who have large or even sizable or even not that large web properties have a content management system to manage your content. What you really want to do, and the most common way we have found that people do it, is that they pick up a suitable structured data CMS plugin. There's many CMSs that have plugins that you could get. You could try a few different ones. We don't have any specific recommendations. But the idea is that you publish your content, your standard HTML content, but it then publishes the structured data with it. So you don't have to manage things one by one. All right, so once you put this in a specific subset of your site, it's time for you to review the stats and what this would look like. And for that, we get to our third tool, which is the Search Console. Now, Search Console is similar to Google Analytics in a way, but it focuses on Google search. So it tells you sort of how search looks at your site and what elements of that appear in search results and how many times it appears, et cetera. Now, different from the structured data testing tool and the Search Gallery, which were fundamentally just open, the Search Console requires a little bit of setup because you have to sign up and verify properties. Now, I'm curious, how many of you have actually verified or used Search Console, just so that I get an idea? Not as many, maybe a third, a fourth. All right, so we'll give you a little bit of detail, and there's more to it than that. But the first step for you is to get associated with an account. So you have anybody can get an account of Search Console. That's straightforward. But then what you have is a verification process that proves that you have rights to the site that you want to verify, again, to test or use on Search Console. Again, much like Google Analytics, is the same process. Commonly, you do this by uploading some special file to your site, or perhaps to a domain, one of the components of your domain in your domain name provider. Now, you might want to, if you have a larger organization, you might want to check. It's frequently the case that somebody else might have used and set it up, and in this case, they can authorize you and makes life a little simpler. So once you register your site, or you register the ability to manage your site through Search Console, the first thing you want to do is to add sitemaps. And sitemaps are a way for us to look and see what information you have. Now, of course, we already look at sitemaps if they're available, but this helps because it helps us understand which is the sitemap that you prefer to use. So for instance, imagine you deploy some new stuff and you have a sitemap and you give us that sitemap and we sort of use that to figure out what the components are of your site. So for instance, you could do this for a section of your site while you figure things out. This is what Search Console looks like. Much like Google Analytics also, there's a lot of stuff here, so a lot of different reports, and it's not always very easy to find. But let me walk you through some ways in which you can dig into the data for your implementation. First, you could use this rich cards report that's sort of marked on the left, and that monitors which structured data elements were correctly found on your pages after crawl. And the first thing you want to do, of course, is to look at whatever issues were found. So like the structured data testing tool allowed you to test one specific markup. This basically looks at what elements are on your site and what do they look like. Keep in mind, by the way, that it takes a while to crawl your site. So once you implement everything, you might want to give a couple of days until we catch up to this. What you want to do, of course, is to look at all the critical issues. Remember those sort of obligatory or necessary properties. So for instance, you may want to look at those because those things may actually prevent us from showing our structured data into a card. You could also look at non-critical issues, as I said before, because they could improve the quality. Now let's look, for instance, at the issues that were affecting the recipe card type. So you see below, this specific site implemented both recipes and local. So if we click on recipe, then we get sort of a subset of the report only about recipes. And you could see here there's 218 invalid cards. And at the bottom, you see the problems that were found. So that gives you a very good idea of what is it that you need to fix. As you see in this case, there's a bunch of opportunities that you might have missed in terms of like adding nutrition. But the most important one is that there's 218 pages, in fact, all of the ones that are invalid because they seem to be missing a field, in this case, image. If you click on that same line, you can dig even deeper and find examples. So Search Console can actually sort of guide you to the specific pages on your site where that problem was found. And in addition, if you click on one of those further, you can actually get a dialog that will eventually lead you to the structured data testing tool with that page and with that markup where you can figure out exactly what went wrong. So we try to help you debug this at a relatively fine-grained level. So for instance, in this case, you see on the left side, the image that you're missing is marked. There's no image here. On the right side, you see marked in blue in the list of the schema, the properties, that property was not filled, and it's obligatory. So we basically try to sort of connect sort of the lowest level of the specific page to the overall implementation of your site. All right, so now we review out of this. We want to fix and launch, recrawl, reindex. Again, keep in mind this could take a couple of days until we actually get to all of it. And now you're ready. So you publish the stuff, and the question for you, of course, the most important one is, how do I know my return on investment? How do I know that this was useful, and how do I know what the results are in terms of the effort that I put on doing this? So these are some of the key stats. These are standard kinds of things for web pages: clicks, impressions, the number of times that the information was shown, the card was shown, click-through rate, the average position in which this was shown when it came in the search results page. And you could get all of this through the Search Analytics report. And the Search Analytics report gives you a lot of different ways of sort of parsing and filtering information to find out how each part of your site did. And in fact, it also can help you do this both with and without the markup, which is a great way for you to compare, and one of the ways, of course, our partners use to figure out what happened. So you can view impressions, clicks, CTR, and position, as we discussed before, and you can filter based on, for instance, the search feature type. So notice, by the way, that some pages can appear both as a rich and no-rich result, given a certain query, depending on the context. So, what you want is you want to try to analyze what are the pages that have the high CTR. So basically, you could use this to detect what's working well. What are the places where your implementation had the best results? Let me show you a few ways in which you could filter this. The search appearance filter tells you like how pages with markup perform. So in this case, you can select rich results, which are the results that have structured data. You can also filter based on a pattern of URLs. So perhaps, remember earlier I said you might implement this on a section of your site. Well, maybe it's under a specific folder or a specific URL pattern. You could specify this here and then sort of compare how this looks compared to the rest of the site. You can also look at date ranges. which can be useful, for instance, if you implemented this like 1 week and then the following week you can compare like before and after. So this is sort of an overview of the process for implementing structured data among these verticals. And now Duncan's going to tell a little bit more about how the sites that have implemented structured data, what kind of ROI did they get.
Thanks. OK, final stretch. I wanted to walk you through, again, some of these partners that we've seen across a few different verticals, but also across several different geos to show the diversity of success that we've seen so far. So let's start with the one that you just saw, Rotten Tomatoes. Again, a good adoption of structured data, which led to a 25% higher click-through rate for those results. But they weren't alone. Here, we saw Food.com, which is one of the primary providers of recipes online. They also had good coverage of structured data, with 80% of their results as rendered in Google Search as rich results. And they saw a 35% increase in CTR, which is super encouraging. Next, going over to Europe, but also going over to a different vertical. So in this case, local restaurant listings. La Fourchette put markup on 90% of their results, and they saw, again, a fairly high increase in CTR. Moving back to recipes, but over to Japan. So here, this is an interesting case, because not only did they see an increase in interaction on those results, but the resulting session, as users landed on those pages, was of higher quality. So if you're in one of those verticals that depends on the quality of a user landing on those pages, this is a great sign. And finally, moving to South America, we saw Nestle Brazil with 82% higher CTRs. So this is, again, super encouraging. And hopefully, we will see some of you on this list next talk. So we covered 3 things in this talk. The first is the opportunity, which is literally to stand out on search. One of the rare opportunities you have to customize your results visually for Google users. And we have quite a few verticals for now, and we're constantly thinking of new verticals to roll out. So if you're not on the list that I showed before, stay tuned. Second, we showed you the tools that you can use to implement all of that structured data and to measure the impact. And of course, the results, as we've seen, can be very promising. So just to wrap up, this is a quick reminder of the links that can hopefully help you get started if you haven't already. First, the search gallery to see what the options are. It's good to click through the types of content that correspond to the content that you have on your site. Second, once you start to implement structured data, the structured data testing tool is there to diagnose and to indicate any errors that you have in your markup, and also to just guide you through the correct practices to make sure it's working properly. And finally, in Search Console, once you manage to ship all of your structured data, you can enjoy the results with the analytics that are contained therein. And that's about it. There are search office hours for any questions that you may have. Please take advantage of that. And otherwise, please enjoy the rest of I/O. Thank you very much. Okay.
The fact that Google partners with Udacity to create the content itself, we were amazed about it. When I was an 11-year-old kid, I got into a robotics class and I learned basic C, C++, which would interface with the robot itself. I'm not a single-handedly geek, so I have a group of friends and we were looking into a reliable resource and we found Udacity. From that point on, I code almost like 3-4 hours a day. As a computer science engineer, I've always wanted to be a full-stack developer. The on-the-go software development is what attracts me to Android. I could put it up on the Play Store, I could see the user reviews, I could see that it's actually impacting someone. Computer science is about having the urge to develop a piece of software and give it out to the end users. And you're seeing that the users are benefiting from them. That is one thing that every developer, every full-stack developer, every UX developer should aim towards.
I first got my Android phone around 2010. I started feeling that some functionality needs to be there, but those are not present. So I thought that, okay, since I'm in programming, I will start building those apps. Then I started feeling that I want some freedom. I feel like, okay, it's better to roam around the world and do your work. So I started learning about freelancing, and in freelancing, more of the projects are in the programming, mobile programming only. The main thing in India is whenever you want to change your domain, you need to have some portfolio. Android Nano Degree program is helping me improving my portfolio. Then next motivation was their community. You will be able to learn how others are thinking of implementing the same problem. Every day you will be learning something new so that I can showcase the same portfolio as a part of a freelancer, applying for a job in a company. You will be improving your network and accordingly you will be improving yourself.
It's been just over a year since we open sourced TensorFlow, and we've been thrilled to see the adoption by the community and the pace of development both here at Google and all around the world.
TensorFlow is really the primary tool that we're using for a lot of our machine learning work in all of our products. Towards the end of last year, we actually rolled out a completely new translation system that was based on deep neural nets. In Gmail, we were actually able to roll out a TensorFlow model that, by understanding the context of the message you just received, we can predict likely replies. And this is a feature we call Smart Reply.
Diabetic retinopathy is the fastest growing cause of blindness. It's a complication of diabetes. We gathered a very large data set and had doctors grade the images. And then we, using TensorFlow, trained a neural net that does a pretty good job of predicting whether or not there is diabetic retinopathy in the image.
Can we use something like TensorFlow to make music, to make art, and to allow us to communicate better with each other? With TensorFlow, we're able to think abstractly, almost at a level of like improvisation with machine learning. We're able to try new things, to chunk models together in ways that were impossible before we had that kind of expressivity.
Dugongs are classed as vulnerable to extinction globally, so we do a lot of aerial surveys using drones. Then once you've done a survey of a really large area, you end up with tens, if not hundreds of thousands of photos. The goal was to find a way to automate that whole process, and that's where we've been using TensorFlow.
One of the things that we've been focusing on this year with TensorFlow is performance. We've been especially excited to release support for distributed training.
We want to make it easier for people to use so they don't have to necessarily know all of the underlying internals in order to get the distributed performance the best it can be. XLA is something that can compile down TensorFlow. Maybe you want to compile your graph ahead of time and get it down to something much more compact in terms of memory size, so that way you can easily load it and execute it on something that might not have as much storage space, like a mobile phone or some other portable, smaller device.
When we introduced the Hexagon Vector extensions, what we had in mind was enhancing user experiences with imaging features.
So the TensorFlow team said that you only needed low precision multiplies to be able to execute these neural networks efficiently. So we did some tests, and on the same graph, Inception v3, we were 8 times faster and 4 times lower power than running on the CPUs.
TensorFlow is great to work with, easy to work with, lots of capability. And so our engineering teams and their engineering teams working together, we were able to do something very exciting. This is just the beginning of what will end up being a long evolution of some great things we can do with machine learning in image processing.
In addition to sharing TensorFlow, Google has also shared an ecosystem of tools, which contains everything you need to go all the way from research to production. One such tool is TensorFlow Serving, and this is an open source, high-performance serving solution. Another great tool, which is actually quite beautiful, is the embedding visualizer. And you can use the embedding visualizer to interactively explore high-dimensional data sets. On the education side, General Assembly has done great work teaching TensorFlow.
For my final project, I was really interested in doing lyrics generation, and TensorFlow was a really great match for that because it allowed me to build out and utilize the models that I needed to be successful.
The TensorFlow community is thriving around the world, and we're excited about as many people as possible being part of it. TensorFlow is an open source project for everyone. We're looking forward to building this into something even better and more useful and more powerful in collaboration with the whole worldwide community.
Every time your mobile app crashes, it's an invitation to your users to rate it poorly and uninstall it. This can spell disaster for the new app that you just launched. If you're an app developer, you need to know exactly where your app is having problems. And you need this information quickly so you can correct the issue before it affects too many of your users. This is where Firebase Crash Reporting can help. Our crash reporting tool collects information about crashes that your users are experiencing and sends that data as quickly as possible to be tracked in your dashboard. With the dashboard, you can monitor the overall health of your app. Here, you can see the top crashes and track the recent history of crashes in your app. Crashes are grouped by similarity and ordered by the severity of impact on your users, so you always know which issues to address first in order to best increase the quality of your app. Each instance of a crash comes with detailed information surrounding its circumstances, including the stack trace, device type, and other important details about the device at the moment of the crash. To further enhance these details, you can log additional information as the app is running. All recent log messages are captured for every crash to help your diagnosis. In the event that you're able to handle and recover from an error in your code, but want to report that event for analysis as well, there's an API to send these non-fatal errors for display in the dashboard. It's easy to get started with Firebase Crash Reporting. On Android, the SDK is enabled simply by integrating the Firebase Gradle plugin into your build with no additional lines of code required. And on iOS, there's a CocoaPod, which requires a few lines of code for initialization when the app launches. To learn more and get started with Firebase Crash Reporting today, be sure to start with the documentation available right here. We can't help you write perfect code, but we can help you fight fires with Firebase.
Launching a great app requires dedication and vision, but growing one takes revenue. How about a monetization solution tailored specifically to your app? One that has rich and engaging ads, one that works with Firebase to give you the insights you need to grow, and one that uses mediation to connect you with networks all over the world. Well, that solution is AdMob. Trusted by more than 1 million apps, AdMob offers developers everything they need to implement first-class monetization strategies. And when paired with Firebase, it's even better. AdMob is included with the Firebase SDK, and its APIs are built to make adding banners, interstitials, and video ads to your app simple. Plus, AdMob automatically selects the ads that pay you the most, so you can sit back and watch your revenue grow. And as your business grows, you can benefit from AdMob's advanced features. Say version 2 of your app has a slick new design, and now you need an ad format that fits naturally with your content. With AdMob's native ads, you can create CSS templates designed specifically for your user experience. We'll style the ads to match and display the result in a native ad view that fits your app like they were made for each other. And it doesn't stop there. AdMob helps you earn in-app purchase revenue too. AdMob can determine which of your users is most likely to make a purchase and target those people. They'll see an ad you design, and they can make purchases right there. Now, with your app's slick design and in-app products, it's become a worldwide sensation. But how can you make sure you're maximizing the revenue generated by each user? With AdMob, you can connect to ad networks around the world, bringing even more advertisers who'll compete for your impressions. And because you're using Firebase, you get access to free and unlimited analytics. Imagine a big-time blogger in Tokyo posts about your app, and overnight, your Japanese audience quadruples. With Firebase Analytics, you can easily spot the trend, and then switch to your AdMob settings to tweak mediation configurations, or start a campaign targeting your new fans. That's AdMob with Firebase. It's as easy as you want, and as powerful as you need.
We are in the era of progressive web apps. Browsers are more performant and capable than ever, and front-end JavaScript frameworks like Angular and Polymer have simplified development of rich app-like websites. You can now build an entire application purely with static files like HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. Firebase hosting is tailored for front-end web applications. Firebase Hosting is a developer-focused static web hosting provider that is fast, secure, and reliable. No matter where a user is, the content is delivered fast. Files deployed to Firebase Hosting are cached on SSDs at CDN Edge servers around the world. From San Francisco to Stockholm to Seoul, your users get a reliable, low-latency experience. And every site is served over a secure connection. Firebase Hosting automatically provisions and configures an SSL certificate for each site deployed, so you can get that green lock of confidence. Deploying your app from a local directory to the web only takes one command. So whether you're building a single-page web app, a mobile app landing page, or a progressive web app, Firebase Hosting has you covered. To get started with Firebase Hosting, check out our quick start to get you up and running in minutes. Happy deploying!
Consider the simple URL. A few years ago, these were pretty straightforward. You clicked on one, and 9 times out of 10, you went to a web page. Then things changed. People started using their mobile devices for, well, everything. And these devices in turn started supporting the idea of deep links. Click on one of these deep links, and it could take you not just anywhere on the web, but anywhere in an app as well. So you could use a deep link to point directly to a specific restaurant inside a reservation app, or give your new customers a personalized welcome based on the link that brought them to your app in the first place. At least, that's how they worked in theory. In practice, deep linking had issues. The same link wouldn't necessarily work on an iOS or Android device, and they behaved very differently, or didn't work at all, for users who didn't have your app installed. And for people who did install your app through a deep link, all of that great link info was typically lost during the installation process, leaving your personalized warm welcome out in the cold. So while deep links were great in theory, their uses were a little more limited in practice. Enter Firebase Dynamic Links. Firebase Dynamic Links are deep links that work the way you want them to. So you can create one single link that behaves one way on iOS, another on Android, and even a third on a desktop browser, and it will take you to a place that's appropriate to that platform. You can also set up dynamic links to change their behavior depending on whether or not your user has your app installed. For users who don't have your app installed, maybe you send them to your website, maybe you take them to the Play Store, or maybe you show them an interstitial describing the benefits of your app before you take them to the App Store for a smoother transition. More importantly, these links can survive the App Store installation process. So if your user installs your app when clicking on a dynamic link, all of that information is still available to you when your user opens up your app for the first time. So what does this mean? It means you can use dynamic links the way you've always wanted to use deep links. You can use them in marketing campaigns, from email to social media to banner ads to, heck, even QR codes. And in addition to install attribution tracking, you know, the kind that lets you know which campaigns are getting you the highest quality users, you can also give your users a customized first-time experience based on the campaign that brought them there. So if a user installs your music app because you showed them an ad for classical music, you can make sure your app takes them right to Chopin's latest hits when they first open it up. Dynamic links are great for sharing too. Your users can use them to share recipes, links to their favorite level in your game, or even coupon codes. In fact, dynamic links are the technology that powers Firebase Invites. And because dynamic links are a Firebase product, you can see their stats directly through the Firebase console. Find out how many people clicked on a link, or use Firebase Analytics to find out which of your users first opened your app through a particular link. To find out more about dynamic links, check out the documentation here and give them a try. And deep link away.
The Firebase Notifications console lets you re-engage your users quickly and easily. With it, you can manage and send notifications to your users easily with no additional coding required. Messages can be addressed to single devices, Firebase Cloud Messaging topics, or devices that you select using powerful analytics tools. So, for example, you can send a message to all of your users who have made an in-app purchase, giving them a special offer, allowing you to re-engage with them. The Firebase Notifications console integrates with analytics so you can measure the effectiveness of your messages and explore insights based on your users' activities, so you can grow your application by easily engaging your users through the Firebase Notifications console.
We all know from experience that people love to share things about themselves, such as photos, videos, and GIFs that express their feelings. So what do you do to let them store and share these files through your app? That's where Firebase Storage can help. Our storage API lets you upload your users' files to our cloud so they can be shared with anyone else. And if you have specific rules for sharing files with certain users, you can protect this content for users logged in with Firebase authentication. Security, of course, is our first concern. All transfers are performed over a secure connection. Also, all transfers with our API are robust and will automatically resume in case the connection is broken. This is essential for transferring large files over slow or unreliable mobile connections. And finally, our storage, backed by Google Cloud Storage, scales to petabytes. That's billions of photos to meet your app's needs, so you will never be out of space when you need it. So give your users space to share their lives with Firebase Storage, available right now for iOS, Android, and web applications. And to learn more about Firebase Storage, check out the documentation available right here.
Analytics. We all know they're important to building a successful app, which is why there are many different kinds of analytics tools for app developers to use. There are in-app behavioral analytics, which measure who your users are, what they're doing, and so on. And then you've got attribution analytics, which you can use to measure the effectiveness of your advertising and other growth campaigns. Not to mention push notification analytics and crash reporting. But quite often, this work is being done by completely different analytics libraries, which means you've got reports living in various tools across the web, and trying to understand trends across these different reports, much less get them to talk to each other, isn't always easy. That's why we've created Firebase Analytics. Firebase Analytics is built from the ground up to provide all the data that mobile app developers need in one easy place. And it starts by giving you free and unlimited logging and reporting. That's right, no quotas, no sampling, and no paid tier to worry about. Simply by installing the Firebase SDK, Analytics automatically starts providing insight into your app. You receive demographic information on who your users are, how regularly they visit your app, how much time they've spent using it, and how much money they've spent in your app. But not all apps are alike, and you can get detailed information about what your users are up to by logging events specific to your app. These can include common events that Firebase Analytics has already defined, like when your users add an item to their cart. And there's also support for custom events you create yourself, like when a user completes a workout in your fitness app, or when they take a selfie in your photo app. Geez. But it's not just about seeing what your users are doing. It's also about discovering who your users are. So in addition to demographic information, you can also discover how your different groups of users behave by setting custom user properties. Have a music app and want to find out whether your classical music fans are browsing more albums than your jazz fusion fans? That's the kind of data you can easily break out thanks to custom user properties. And Firebase Analytics doesn't just measure what's happening inside your app, it lets you combine your behavioral reporting, what your users are doing, with attribution reporting, or what growth campaigns are bringing people to your app in the first place. So if you want to know which ad campaigns are bringing you the users who spend the most money, or are sharing the app with their friends, or have unlocked the last level in your game and are ready for the sequel, you can do all of that in Firebase Analytics. But don't stop there. Once you have all this information, you can take action on it using Firebase Analytics Audiences. Firebase Analytics gives you the power to build up groups of users, or audiences, out of just about anything you can measure in your app. Want to target users in Brazil who have visited the sports section of your in-app store? It's as easy as a few clicks in the Firebase console. Once your app has built up this audience, you can send them notifications using Firebase Notifications, or you can modify their in-app experience using Firebase Remote Config, or you can target them through AdWords, Google's ad platform. And then, because that impact can be measured using Firebase Analytics, you can confirm you're getting the outcomes you expect. Firebase Analytics already comes with a dashboard that lets you view answers for common questions. But if you need more specialized analysis, you can export all of your data into BigQuery, Google's data warehouse in the cloud, where you can run super fast SQL queries to slice and dice this data however you'd like. You can even combine it with other analytics data that you might be capturing. And this is just the tip of the iceberg of what Firebase Analytics can do for you. To find out more, check out our documentation here and give Firebase Analytics a try.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the 2017 TensorFlow Developer Summit, and I'm delighted to see all of you here today.
Today, we are excited to announce TensorFlow 1.0. TensorFlow's philosophy has always been to give you the power to do whatever you want, but also make it easy, and this makes it even easier.
We really were hoping to build a machine learning platform for everyone in the world that was fast, flexible, and production ready.
The point of TensorFlow is to figure out how can we give this back to the community and be able to use TensorFlow to further whether it's the research or the production needs.
It's how we express our ideas, and it's the piece of software our engineers and scientists spend most of their time interacting with.
So TensorBoard is a really exciting tool. It's something that will let you take the confusing world of TensorFlow and start to dive into it.
It's just a really amazing time to be an AI researcher.
One of the projects that we've been working on is using deep learning for retinal imaging.
Can we use deep learning and reinforcement learning to generate compelling media?
But this is just the beginning. The TensorFlow community is truly global.
We want to see all the amazing things that you guys can do with TensorFlow. Thank you very much.
Good morning, Berlin.
It is an absolute pleasure to be here with you. Here we go. We're live. We have a lot of experience building some of the world's most popular applications. And we've learned a thing or two about what it takes to build an app. And we found that it's a pretty difficult process.
A lot of your time goes into running infrastructure instead of building the features that make your app your app. There has to be a better way. That better way is using Firebase.
We're now up to over 750,000 developers using the product.
If you use Firebase, your app's code talks directly to our powerful managed backend services. We take care of security and of scalability so that you can focus on building the features that your users love.
Today we're launching Firebase UI 1.0. It's an open source library. It has customized theming and it works for web and Android and iOS. So you can go ahead and drop that in and you'll have all of the UIs that you'll need.
Is my app set up correctly? Which events are being captured by the SDK? Are you receiving my events and parameters? We've built something, the ideal tool to answer all of these questions and these pain points.
App quality leads to better user retention. Better your app is, and the more stable it is, the more likely for users to come back and for your business to be successful and sustainable. And that's where we come in.
So we're really looking forward to get the feedback from the community, as always, to help us continue to refine our product and to work together to help you build a better app.
And we want you to be able to spend all of your energy on bringing innovation and creativity, something new to the world. That's really what we're trying to achieve here, is making all the infrastructure pieces simple for you. And I'm really excited for you to engage with Firebase and see how it can make you more successful.
All right, let's get back to the code.
Hey gang, want to see something neat? Check out this awesome hidden feature I found in Firebase Analytics. So I'm over here looking at all my reports in the Firebase Analytics dashboard. Here, for instance, I've got my active users for the last 30 days, and while these graphs sure are pretty, I'm thinking it'd be kind of nice if I could get these numbers into like Google Sheets or maybe Excel so I could analyze them a little better, right? Well, watch this. I'm going to select my graph here in the Firebase console. It's kind of hard to tell, but you can see by like the highlighted text here that my graph has been selected. And then I'll hit Command-C to copy it. And then I'm going to switch to a blank Google spreadsheet and hit Command-V to paste. And look at that. All my values are right there in the spreadsheet for me to analyze. So you can see here on the leftmost column, I've got the date, and then all the actual numbers are in the columns next to it. Now you might notice that I seem to have two columns of what looks like the same data, right? I've got monthly active users here, and then right next to it, I've got this monthly users column. And then the same goes for my weekly actives and same for my daily actives. And so basically that first column is for the value that corresponds to the date here on the left. The second column is basically for that corresponding day in the previous 30-day time period. Basically, it's the values that belong to this dotted line here in the graph that I copied. Make sense? Okay. And then I can do the same thing for a bunch of these other graphs. Here I can copy and paste my daily engagement numbers. Let's get these into a new sheet here. And again, you can see I've got my engagement numbers from this time frame in this first column, and then those same numbers for the previous 30 days in this second column. And better yet, I can jump over to an individual event like this completed 5 levels event and copy all these graphs here at the top. And you can see I'll get event counts, event per user counts, and values for every one of my events that I am recording in Firebase Analytics. And this lets me do some pretty nice calculations right here in Google Sheets. For example, let's say our game designer is curious how often people are failing a level in our game. Well, for starters, I've got my level start graph here to show when people are starting a level in my game. So first, I'm going to copy and paste these numbers into a new sheet. Let's put them in. Okay, great. And then I'm going to do the same thing for my level fail graph, and that will show when people have failed a level. So we'll copy from here, and we'll paste them right in next to my other numbers. And once I've copied and pasted these values into Google Sheets, I can then calculate my average failure rate per game stat by dividing this number here by this other one. I'm going to copy this formula down for all of my dates. Let's give it a percentage format so it looks nice. Maybe we'll add an average at the bottom here. Let's do average for all these numbers. And there we go. Looks like my game has an average failure rate somewhere in the low 30s, which sounds like it's just challenging enough for our players. So our game designer is happy. Now, a couple of disclaimers here. First, this doesn't work on all the graphs I've tried. Some of them just don't seem to copy and paste as well as others, but it does work on a surprising number of them. You'll just kind of have to try them out and see if they work. And second, this will never be a replacement for some of the awesome and sophisticated data analysis capabilities you get by exporting your raw data to BigQuery, and you should totally go watch this video if you want to find out more. But if all you want to do is maybe compare two graphs to each other or calculate some standard deviations or averages on a particular event, this trick can work surprisingly well. So give it a try yourself, have fun with it, and we will see you soon on another episode of Firecasts.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Gerardo Capiel, and I lead product management for consumer payment products here at Google. And with me is my partner in crime, Varuch Chatilian, who leads the engineering side. Payments are at the heart of commerce. If I want to buy a cup of coffee, I got to pay for it. Payments are that link between desire and fulfillment. And that link is paramount to making your apps grow and your businesses thrive. Unfortunately, that link is also a major pain point for many of you, particularly on the mobile web, where conversion rates are a third of what they are on desktop. We're constantly thinking about how to make payments easier, faster, and safer. Today, we're going to be talking to you about the foundation that we've built with Android Pay and about how we're expanding our APIs to enable richer commerce experiences, both online and in-store. Take it away, Varuj.
The foundation, as Gerardo mentioned, is Android Pay, our solution for fast and secure mobile payments. Over the past year, the team's been working around the clock to scale this foundation globally. And I'm so proud to say that Android Pay is now available in 10 markets. But we're not stopping there. In the coming months, we'll be launching in Brazil, Canada, Russia, Spain, and Taiwan. So the momentum and the traction is just incredible. I'm personally very excited about Brazil because it'll be the first Latin American country, and I really want to visit there. We're not just strengthening the foundation by expanding it. We're strengthening it also through partnerships. One example of this is the push provisioning APIs. These APIs allow issuers to embed core Android Pay functionality directly into their own apps. So that, for example, in this case, a Discover app user can simply click the link for Add Card. This will provision their card to their device, and they can go into a store, tap and pay to purchase a good without ever having installed the Android Pay app. The issuers that have integrated the push provisioning APIs to date have seen phenomenal success, and we're really proud of this API. We're also strengthening this foundation by partnering with app developers. We're doing this through the Android Pay in-app APIs that thousands of apps have now integrated with. And these APIs are bringing seamless, streamlined, and very smooth checkout to these apps that are integrating. For example, the Jet.com app is seeing a 3.5x conversion rate increase just by implementing these in-app APIs in their checkout flow. We're also expanding this foundation to the mobile web, and we're bringing Android Pay to the mobile web. And we're doing that through the payment request APIs in Chrome. So we're very excited about that. And recently, Washington Post integrated with these APIs, and they've seen very nice success with the streamlined and native experience that they're seeing in their mobile web checkout flow. We're very excited about all the momentum we're seeing in building this foundation that we've built over the past year. Now I'd like to pass it over to Gerardo so he can talk about how we're building on top of this foundation that we have so that we can expose our users to even greater mobile payment experiences. Gerardo?
Thanks, Varuj. Great. So let's start with online. As many of you know, having a streamlined checkout experience is critical for your websites to grow and for your business to thrive. We want to make it easier for you to make it easier for your users to transact online and not have to deal with onerous forms. And we're going to do that two ways. First, we're collaborating with the major payment platforms. Last year, we announced initiatives with Visa and MasterCard. And as you might have heard in Sridhar's keynote earlier, we're adding PayPal to that list. As we roll out each of those integrations, users will be able to link either Visa Checkout, MasterPass, or PayPal to their Android Pay account, and they will enjoy a streamlined authentication and payment experience. And the best part is they don't have to do any additional work if they're already accepting Visa Checkout, MasterPass, or PayPal. So let's take a look at how that works. We flip the phone, please. Great. All right, so it's starting to get hot out there already. Summer is around the corner. And I'm starting to think about it's time to spend some time around the pool. So what do I like to have around the pool? Well, margaritas, that's for sure. And so earlier today, I went and started looking around for some margarita mix, and I have some in my shopping cart right here. Skinny Williams-Sonoma margarita mix. Williams-Sonoma, great e-commerce site. And so I think I have enough margarita mix, and now I'm ready to check out. So down here, I see a Visa Checkout button. Now, when I click that button, voila, I see the cards. I'm already logged in, and I see my Visa cards already. I didn't have to enter in my username or my password. It's that simple. And the best part is, to finish, I just apply my fingerprint, and voila again, I'm done. Just a really fantastic experience. And like I said, the best part is that Williams-Sonoma already has Visa Checkout. So when we roll out that integration and Android Pay users link their Visa Checkout account to Android Pay, they'll be ready to go. Nothing else to do. But we're not stopping there. As you probably heard earlier today, our users have saved hundreds of millions of payment instruments to their Google account. And they do that when they're making purchases on Google Play, on YouTube, or transacting in Chrome. And the benefit of that is that they get a simplified checkout experience on future purchases. It's a really great experience. So what if we could bring that simplified checkout experience to your apps and the websites that you build? Well, as hopefully you heard in the earlier keynote, today we announced the Google Payment API. And when you implement that API, your customers will be able to quickly check out using any of the cards in their Google account. Just super simple. And that's going to work, as I said, in apps, on the web, and as you'll see in a bit, the assistant. So let's take a look at that. So I'm going to pop over here, and let's bring it back. Great. And I'm going to fire up one of my favorite apps, the Wish app. And Wish has been testing this API with us over the last couple of months. And so I was talking about summer, the pool. I need some pool toys. I love this inflatable lounger. But unfortunately, last year, I jumped off the diving board, belly flopped onto the lounger, and popped it. So I need another one. So I have it in my shopping cart already, ready to go. And if I see at the bottom of the screen, there's a Pay with Google button. When I click that button, I see one of the last card that I use. But if I click further, I can see all the cards in my Google account, including those that I added through Android Pay. Hit Continue, and voila again, transaction is complete. It's really fantastic. Super simple. Love it. So in the next few months, we're going to be piloting the Google Payment API with a number of leading merchants and apps. And we want all of you to be able to pilot this app and implement it. And to accelerate that process, we're partnering with leading payment processors such as Braintree and Stripe and Vantiv, ACI, Adyen, First Data, and WorldPay. We're really excited to see what you all do with the API and what fantastic conversion rates you get. Soon, we're going to be uploading our developer documentation. And in the meantime, I encourage you all to go to developers.google.com/payments and register to get notifications of when the developer documentation is available so you can get going. Now, as I've mentioned, this also works on websites. So tomorrow morning, I would encourage you all to go get a cup of coffee, free on us, you don't have to pay for it, and go to the Future of Web Payments session on stage 6 at 8:30 a.m. But if you can't get up that early, and I'll be up that early, I'll be there. We have office hours at 9:30 a.m. tomorrow, and at Friday at 11:30 a.m. Hope to see you all there. So now that you've seen how easy it is to do transactions on the web and in apps, let's talk about how seamless transactions can be in the Assistant. So I hope a lot of you here in the crowd own a Google Home. And if you do, you've hopefully had the opportunity to buy everyday essentials from over 50 merchants, including Whole Foods and Walgreens. Soon, we're going to be adding even more merchants who have integrated with our Google Shopping APIs. But we're taking it one step further. We're also going to enable you all to build purchase actions with the Assistant. And in case you didn't see it at the last session, here's how it works. So the user simply says, I want to talk to Panera. They specify what they want to order. Panera might even suggest some drinks that they might want to go with that order. And then the user is able to complete the transaction using the cards in their Google account and authenticate with their fingerprint. That simple. Fantastic experience. So now you see how we're making the Assistant an even greater platform for commerce.
Wow, Gerardo, that was super cool. How about we use the Assistant to order some Panera for after the session?
OK, but let me pay you back for dinner. I don't want it to be just on you. And what I can do is I'll send you some money using our new Gmail send money function.
Nah, everyone's seen that feature before. How about you pay, and I'll show the audience something really cool that no one's seen before.
OK.
Who wants to see something super cool? Come on, let's hear it. All right, so let's move to cast 1. There you go. OK, Google, send $10 to Gerardo for dinner. Yes.
Woo! Awesome. We need.
I think you have to go back a slide. Let's go back 2 slides.
So, thank you. As you saw, we're adding P2P to the Assistant. And it will leverage the debit cards in your Google account to send money to friends and others. And we're just getting started. we plan to soon onboard other P2P providers. Farouj?
So Gerardo's shown some really cool stuff that we're working on in mobile payments in the online space. We all know that 85% of commerce still happens in stores. So I'd like to talk to you a bit about how we're enhancing our merchant-facing APIs to give your customers a better in-store experience. At the center of it all is loyalty. Loyalty is a connection between you, the merchant, and your customers, the user. And we'd like to help you with loyalty in 3 ways. We'd like to help you, 1, with enrollment. So helping expose your loyalty programs to Android Pay users and signing them up. 2, with engagement. Once the Android Pay user has your loyalty card associated in their Android Pay account, being able to push offers to them that are relevant to them, personalized to them. And 3, we'd like to help you with easy redemption and earning of loyalty points and offers, so that just with a simple NFC tap, what we call a smart tap, the user with Android Pay can transmit loyalty and offer information just as easily as they pay today with Android Pay. So let's look at each of these 3 individually. So say I'm an Android Pay user, and I need to go to Walgreens to pick up some shampoo. It's for my daughter, of course. So Android Pay will send the following notification. It says, faster checkout at Walgreens. Add your Balance Rewards to Android Pay for an easier way to save. Balance Rewards is a loyalty program for Walgreens. And Walgreens has implemented our Smart Tap technology at their payment terminals. So with one tap on this notification and a few things in the Android Pay app, we can easily sign up the Android Pay user for the Walgreens Balance Rewards loyalty program. So super exciting. But we've taken it a step further. Say I'm a Balance Rewards member, and I'm an Android Pay user, but I haven't connected my Balance Rewards card to my Android Pay. So let's move to the demo. This is cast 2. The second cast. You cast a 1. Mm-hmm. Oh, there we go. Great. Oh, that's the wrong one, actually. Let's see. I'm going to try some magic here. Oh, actually, I really need to be casted. There we go. Oh, there we go. Perfect. Actually, these are demo slides, I guess. Oh, perfect. I think it's a device. All right. So we're on cast 2 now. So now I'm buying a bag of nuts, and I have to remember my phone number here. I think it was that landline that I had 4 years ago. I think it was, OK. Now I tap. So now I've tapped to pay, but I've entered my loyalty information manually. Wouldn't it be magical if I was somehow told that I can now add this Balance Rewards card that I entered manually into Android Pay automatically. Wow, that's pretty cool. We just got a notification from Android Pay. And with a single click in the app, we can now save this balance rewards card that I used manually into Android Pay so that on subsequent visits, I don't have to actually punch in my phone number on the payment terminal and remember what my number was on that landline years ago. So the second pillar of loyalty, and the second area we'd like to help you with, is engagement. How do you engage with that customer that saved your loyalty card in Android Pay and push them offers so that they'll come back to your store? For this, we have another demo with the Panera app. And the Panera loyalty program is actually called the My Panera program. So if we can go to, there we go. So I'm going to go into the Panera app, and I'm going to click on rewards. There we go. And what I'll do is I'll save my Panera card to Android Pay by this one click of this button. Great. So my Panera loyalty card is now saved to Android Pay. Now if I go into Android Pay, I see the My Panera loyalty card, which is really cool. But when I click into it, it's not advancing on the cast.
Should we recast?
Let's recast. OK, we're at the slides. When I click into it, we'll actually see a rich set of offers. A rich set of offers associated with my Panera card that you would have seen if the casting worked, that I was looking at. What's even cooler is if I'm walking by a Panera, I will actually get a geo notification that tells me I have offers available to be redeemed at the Panera store. So this is a great way in which to engage your customers after they've linked their loyalty program into Android Pay. And these new card-linked offer APIs are now available. And you guys can take a look at them at developers.google.com/payments. So now let's move to the last part, the last feature that we'd like to help you with. And that's to redeem loyalty and offers at the store. So I mentioned about SmartTap. We're very excited to announce that SmartTap is also rolling out in Singapore with NTUC Link, our first international partner. But more than that, we're happy to announce that SmartTap will be available to businesses of all sizes, including small and medium-sized businesses. And in order to do that, we've partnered with Clover, a first data company. I'm sure you've all seen the slick point-of-sale and payment terminals at your local restaurant and cafes. But the Clover terminals now support SmartTap technologies to allow for easy redemption of loyalty and offers. So I'd like to invite John Beatty, the CEO of Clover, to come up and say a few words about the collaboration.
Wonderful.
Please give him a hearty round of applause.
Thanks, Varouj. So we at Clover are huge fans of what Varouj and Gerardo are doing here to really push the boundaries in commerce and consumer experiences in commerce. So let's give these guys a hand.
Thanks.
And it dovetails perfectly with Clover's role. So Clover's mission is to enable innovation in commerce on the merchant side. Now, we do this in two ways. We provide open platforms in point of sale and payments to developers, and then also through our parent company, First Data, one of the world's leading payments technology companies, we provide broad distribution capabilities to our vast array of merchants, both in the US and in many, many countries worldwide. Now, we'll be supporting SmartTap in two ways. First, in our open payments platform. This allows these devices here that I'll demo here in a moment to be able to do SmartTap interactions. And so we're also happy to announce that two of our partners, ShopKeep and Bypass Mobile, will be building SmartTap-enabled experiences through the Clover platform. Secondly, the Clover customer engagement suite of products, through that suite of products, we'll be enabling SmartTap technology to a vast array of our small businesses in the US. We've shipped over 500,000 devices to small businesses in the US. And through this, consumers and merchants will have some fantastic user experiences. Now, there's three things about SmartTap that I really like. First is simplicity. It doesn't get simpler than tapping to earn, redeem, and pay. It could hardly be simpler. Second, it drives real value for merchants. When a customer enrolls through SmartTap, what the merchant will be able to do is push offers and rewards directly into Android Pay for those consumers. They can also send offers if, say, you have a lapsed customer and you want to incent them to come back to your store. So, it's really a marketing technology that I personally want. It's both convenient and it's in context. So, lastly, it also does one other thing, which is it enables all sorts of other innovation. You can imagine a scenario where you buy something online. It could be on the mobile web. It could be in a native app. And say you buy it online, and then you want to redeem in store, pick it up in store. You could save to Android Pay, come in, and then tap to present proof of purchase. There's many, many other things that we've been thinking about in online to offline commerce and offline to online commerce that are really enabled by this. So if you need to build anything that touches consumers on the other side of the counter with merchant technology, please check us out, clover.com/developers. So back to you, Bruce.
All right. Thank you, John. At this point, I know two things for certain about every member of the audience here. One, everyone can use a snack, right? And number two, everyone wants to check out some of these loyalty features in Android Pay that we've been talking about. Of course, right? So we got something special for you. We've created a game called Tap for Treats around I/O. All you have to do is download the I/O loyalty card from going to this URL or from the I/O app. And you have to find the Clover SmartTap terminals around the venue. And if you find all 5 of these terminals, you will get a limited edition Android robot that looks like me. No, it's actually a limited edition Android Pay bot that's not sold in the store. So highly encourage you to do that. And I'd like to see if John could show us how the SmartTap works on a Clover terminal. We have one right here.
Sure. So what I have here is my phone with a Tap for Treats loyalty card here. Here, I have a Clover Mini, which is a fantastic customer-facing payment device. Happens to be based on Clover OS, using AOSP. And then on this side is our merchant-facing device. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to take this. I'm simply going to hold this here. I'm going to tap. Now, you'll see here that it welcomes me by name. It says, welcome to Google I/O 2017, John. Now, one extra thing, and this is another thing I forgot to mention that I love about SmartTap, is it enables additional personalization at the point of sale. So over here on the merchant side, this is still a prototype, and we'll certainly improve this, but it has my name here. You can imagine that it could do things like pull up my previous order. The merchant could greet me by name, ask me if I want my usual. And so I'll go ahead here, and I'm just going to check out just real quick here. And then right here, you'll be able to see if I just refresh this, that now I have my extra loyalty point.
And so John gets a treat.
Ah, that is fantastic.
This is Shave Ice
Thank
from
you.
Powder. And it's a smart tap terminal right here on Porch 1. So thank you very much, John.
Wonderful. Hey, thanks, everyone. All right. Thanks, Bruce.
Yeah. Gerardo, back to you.
So cool. So hopefully, well, John's getting a real taste, but hopefully you all have gotten a taste of how we're making payments faster, easier, and safer. You've heard how we're collaborating with the major payment platforms like Visa, MasterCard, and PayPal. How we're scaling our solution by enabling users to pay with the cards in their Google account. And how we're helping merchants generate loyalty among their customers through our expanded APIs. We can't do all this innovation by ourselves. We need all of you to participate, and we thank you for your support. We look forward to working with you between now and the next I/O. And just to wrap up with some final points, I'm going to turn it back to Varuj.
All right, so if you have any questions about any of the features you've seen or any of the demos that you've seen, please go to developers.google.com/payments. You can get information about everything you've seen today. Also, these are the listings for our office hours and our code lab. So please drop by so we can give you some hands-on experience with some of this technology. I'd also like to direct you to two sessions with related content. One is for Android developers called Improved Sign-In, Payment, and Data Entry in Your Apps. And one is for Chrome developers called Web Payments, Making It Easy for Users to Give You Money. So thank you very much for your attention, and go ahead and tap for treats. Thank you.
Whether you're just starting out on your journey toward a career in Android development, or you've been working as an Android developer for some time, you might ask yourself, how can I separate myself from the pack and get recognized? Introducing the Associate Android Developer Certification by Google, an achievement available to those who can display the skills of an entry-level Android developer. The first step on your journey is determining if you're ready to take the exam. Start by learning what the exam covers. Review the skills that you'll need to demonstrate when taking the exam. Next, decide whether you need training or are ready to take the exam. Training is available online as well as in person. Also, training is available in some colleges and universities. When you're ready, sign up and take the exam. As part of the sign-up, you'll pay an exam fee. If you live in India, you will pay 6,500 rupee. If you live outside of India, you will pay $149 US. After you've signed up and paid the fee, you will download the exam and load it into Android Studio and begin. The exam is a timed, performance-based assessment in which you will implement new features and debug issues in an existing app. When you start the exam, you'll have 48 hours to finish. And once you are done, you will submit the exam for grading. Your submission will be evaluated through a combination of machine and human grading. Based on the outcome of machine grading, you will move on to the exit interview. After you've finished and you've passed your interview, you will then receive a mark from Google and join our community of Google-certified Associate Android developers. Once you are certified, you can share your mark on your resume, LinkedIn, G+, Twitter, and in your email signature.
Hi there, iOS developer. Interested in getting started with the Firebase platform in your app? Well, you've come to the right place. There are two main parts to getting the Firebase platform up and running: adding your app to the Firebase console and installing the SDK. Let's go over these one at a time. For starters, let's go to the Firebase console at this URL here. Depending on when you're watching this video, the UI might look slightly different, but the general concepts should remain the same. Now, depending on your situation, you might see a blank Create a New Project screen, or you might see a list of existing projects. Oh, before we go further, let me take a moment to explain the difference between projects and apps. A project consists of one or more apps. Now, all the apps in the same project use the same Firebase database backend. And if you want, you can use features like Firebase Cloud Messaging to talk to all of them at once. You don't have to, but you can, which is sometimes convenient. So if you're a developer that has a cross-platform app, you generally want to put the iOS and Android versions of your app in the same project. Now that'll give you some nice cross-platform benefits. Your user can access the same data if they switch back and forth between the iOS and Android versions of your app. Things like dynamic links will work across both platforms. You can send one notification to all versions of your app and so on. On the other hand, completely different apps, you should put those in completely different projects. There's nothing gained by cramming them into the same project except tears and heartache, I guess. So if you're working on a cross-platform app and your Android or web team has already created a Firebase project, you should probably select that project and connect your iOS app in there. Otherwise, if you're the first one to be adding Firebase-y capabilities to your app, you could be the one to create the new project. In my case, I'm the first app associated with the project, so I'm going to create a new project here. I'll give it a name, and there we go. Once you've selected or created a project, you're going to want to connect your client app. I'm going to select the iOS button here, and I'll give it my app's bundle ID. You are eventually going to need to add your App Store ID here if you want features like Firebase invites or dynamic links to work, but you can leave this blank for now and change it later. Now, when you click Continue, your browser should automatically download this Google Services info.plist file for you. Note that it needs to be named this exactly, so if you get that little one in parentheses after the name like I just did, you're going to need to do a little bit of renaming in Finder. Okay, next up, drag the file into your Xcode project, like so. And let me go back to the console and hit Continue here, and it's telling us that this would be a good time to install the Firebase CocoaPods. Now, I'm assuming you know something about Firebase CocoaPods, but if you don't, here's a little video for you to check out. It's fun. So I'm going to jump into my project directory here and do a little pod init. We'll open up the file, and I'm going to uncomment this line because I am using Swift, and this line because my app happens to have a base SDK of 8.0, although at the time of this recording, Firebase is supported as far back as 7.0. Next up, let's add some pods. Now, it's important to remember that, to keep your app nice and svelte, you should only install the CocoaPods for features that you need. In fact, there is no all-encompassing Uber Firebase CocoaPod that installs everything for you. You're going to need to pod install each individual feature, and you can find a full list of the CocoaPods and the features they correspond to over here. Now, for starters, I'm just going to add Firebase/core, which includes everything needed to get the basics up and running and also enables Firebase Analytics. So now I'll make sure my project is closed, and I'll run pod install. And then let's open up the generated workspace. All right, we'll build it and make sure everything compiles okay, and it does, so we can move on to the next step. Okay, looks like the last step here is to add some initialization code. I recommend putting this in your app delegate did_finish_launching method. First things first, let's import Firebase in my app delegate. Note that this is usually the only thing I'll ever need to import no matter what we've installed. We're doing some pretty nifty work behind the scenes to make sure this works properly. I know this sounds like the exact opposite of my only pod install what you need advice from like 2 minutes ago, but trust me here, this makes development a whole lot easier. All right, so next up we'll add the line firapp.configure to make sure Firebase gets set up properly. And that's actually all you need to do. This configure method will take a look at what libraries you have installed, initialize them, grabbing all the appropriate constants from that Google Services file that you dragged in earlier into your Xcode project. So we'll give it a quick run, and if everything is set up and working correctly, you should see a few lines in your console about how Firebase Analytics is up and running. All right, so congratulations. You are now up and running with Firebase. So there are a lot of places you can go from here. You can add sign-in using Firebase Auth, or get your app talking to the real-time database, or start tracking more of your users' usage with Firebase Analytics. You can check out these links to get started and have a little fun.
What's up, everybody? David here, and today I have a quick and easy Firecast for you. We're gonna get up and running with Firebase and the web. And this is actually gonna be the first of many screencasts in a series. So make sure you subscribe to get notified of tutorials on authentication, storage, hosting, and web push notifications with Firebase Cloud Messaging. Also, if you're a fan of JavaScript frameworks, I'm gonna be dropping videos for Angular 1 and 2, Polymer, React, and Ember. So you better subscribe because you don't wanna miss those. But today we're going to start with the very basics. I'm going to show you some mad copy and pasting skills by getting the project initialization code from the Firebase console. And then we're going to set up a small web app. So let's go and dive in. So I'm in the Firebase console at console.firebase.google.com. You can see I'm logged in as myself up here, just smiling at you. But to get started, I'm going to create a new project. So I'm going to click Create New Project. I'm going to call it Web Quick Start. And then we'll create it. My project is now created. So I'm going to click Add Firebase to your web app. And this brings up a little modal with all the initialization code I need to get started. It has things like my API key, auth domain, database URL, and storage bucket. So then I can go to the bottom right, and then I can click Copy. And that's all the code I need to get started. But just as a little FYI, you can access all of this information by clicking Auth, and then going up to the top right where there's Web Setup. But now, to the editor. So here in my editor, I'm going to get crazy. I'm going to create this web page from scratch. So I'll start with my basic HTML boilerplate, give it a title, and now I can just paste in all the code from the console. And this is all you need to get started. And just to prove that it works, I'm going to use the database as a little tiny demo. So I'm going to create an H1 and give it an ID. And every single time the value changes in the real-time database, I'm going to sync it to this H1. So the first thing I need to do is get that H1 by its ID. And then now I'm going to create a database reference using firebase.database.ref, and then create a child location to the text location. And now I can synchronize any changes using the on function. And then using ES2015 arrow functions, I can just do it all in one line. So to the left right here, I have my project in the Firebase console, and to the right is just my blank page. To use the database, I'm going to remove all security. So I'm going to click Rules, and then I'm going to say Read is true and Write is true, and click Publish. And you should totally know that you should only do this while you're developing, because that means anyone can read or write to your database. So now I'm going to give my browser a refresh. And then I'm going to add a text location, and it synchronizes to the browser. And so I can change it, and then it changes as well. So keep in mind that the real-time database is just one of the many features Firebase offers for the web. You can also use authentication, storage, hosting, and even Firebase Cloud Messaging. So that's all it takes to get started with Firebase in the web. And if you want to go and learn more, then check out the link in the description for our official documentation. And if you're super excited to learn more about Firebase on the web, then please subscribe to our channel because we're going to have tons of more content. So that's all for this time, and I will see you all later.
We started Is on our living room couch, and we really started because of the problem that we had, which was asking the same question to our closest friends. Where are you? What are you doing? We were baffled by the fact that there wasn't a solution that solved this problem, and we felt like we could build one that was better.
The value that Is drives for all users is knowing which of your friends are nearby. So if you look around where we are right now, an arena, how many times have people gone to a basketball game, hockey game, or a concert and found out the next day that they had friends who were at the same event? And think about all those moments that are missed because they didn't know they had friends there. So what we're solving is letting people know who's nearby and making those moments matter.
My name is Diesel Peltz, and I'm the founder and CEO of Is.
I'm Mark French, co-founder of Is.
We felt there was no reason users should manually go fetch data. When I get a text message, there's no reason for me to tap refresh. And we felt, why should it be different from anything else? And Firebase let us solve that. Firebase really allowed us to enhance the user experience by making it real time, simplify the UI by not having a refresh button, and cut down on development time.
Like any startup, the most valuable asset that you have is your team and your time. And what Firebase has allowed us to do is save 50% in terms of time by moving that much quicker with a product. It's a game changer.
We're using 8 features from Firebase right now. They're analytics, remote config, dynamic links, the real-time database, and more. Traditionally, that would have been in 8 different places. And now we go to one place, which is the Firebase console.
We're eager to launch this product in a big way. We're seeing how people are using the product and how they're inviting more and more friends that we're concerned. We're growing very, very quickly. So we sleep a lot easier at night knowing that we got Firebase that's really there to build that infrastructure.
If you're a developer, use it. We love it, and it's enabled us to focus on developing the user experience and not have to worry about the things in the background that should be there.
Yeah, with NPR One, we are reimagining what a listening experience could be outside of the radio.
It's the radio, but better. It has all of the great stuff that we've spent 40 years perfecting.
With NPR One, we see the opportunity of reaching a more diverse audience that have a device in their pocket at all times.
My name is Mike Saiflahi. I'm the lead mobile developer for NPR Digital Media.
My name is Nick Dupre, and I'm the innovation accountant at NPR.
My name is Tejas Mistry, and I'm the senior product manager of NPR One.
Just some of the biggest challenges in any mobile app are that first impression. When the user first installs the app, you've got a very limited amount of time to convince them to keep the app and to get engaged in the experience. Trying to figure out how we can get users into the content as quickly as possible was the real focus of integrating Firebase and dynamic links. Using dynamic links, we were able to shorten the number of interactions it takes for a user installing the app to get from the promoted content to the content from 20 to 3. So that user's able to get right into the content.
We're driving more and more listening per user every week. It's really astounding. Creating playlists of content that are configured by the podcaster or by a member station or by us internally. And with Firebase, we have that at our hands.
Having the analytics product interact with things like dynamic links, remote configuration, cloud messaging, it adds a real multiplier effect.
And the integration with the broader Firebase suite, I don't have to go outside the platform to figure out what's working. So it's not just about shipping the product faster, it's about analyzing the results faster. And with the integration with all the other Firebase products, we're really excited about all the things we can learn from it.
Raise Labs is a company that is focused on building excellence in software, technology, and design. We do that through our work on mobile applications and websites and technologies in general. My name is Gregory Reyes. I'm the CEO and founder of Raise Labs. We really want to understand the human problem, and oftentimes the hard problems in software aren't just the technology problems, the API, the how do you connect these things, but really getting at the heart of what people are trying to accomplish and do in their day-to-day.
My name is Ben Johnson. I'm the managing director at Raise Labs in Boston. We decided to put our hat in the ring for the Google Certified Agency Program. The first leg is just having access to a lot of what Google is doing today. So there's access to design reviews, invitations to events, and that's sort of the base level. And I think that's hugely rewarding even in and of itself. Having Google review your app from a design perspective is amazingly helpful. So that's sort of the first tier. The second tier comes with certified status. There's a long application process for that. And once you have it, it's something that you can really say to your clients that gives them comfort that we're a reputable firm, that we're building great software in a way that Google believes in.
The certification is a higher bar for us to really differentiate ourselves from many of the other companies out there. It required us to really dig into what that means to be truly world-class, and we wanted to set that bar for ourselves as well.
My name is John Green. I'm a VP Creative at Raise Labs. The Google Developer Agency Program allowed us to have access to engineers for the map team, the design team, to figure out, how can we actually do some of these things? And we could reach out to them when we needed. And also it allowed us to set up and say, we can make this a success. They might look closer at this app because we're part of this program, which has actually been super helpful.
Some of the challenges in building the Six Flags app, and we touched on some of these, are certainly mapping technology and payment technology, material design, or the APIs. Having access to the Google team to really ascertain how we're approaching certain software and ensuring that we're building technologies the right way makes for a smooth development process.
We set off to build the Six Flags app with a pretty lofty ambition, and it was to bring in-park navigation and commerce to the app. The comfort of knowing that Google is there to help us understand where they are heading as an organization and that we are along for that ride is a really helpful thing to know. And as a business, we know that going forward, we're going to be at the cutting edge of whatever Google is doing through access to programs, through the collaboration with their teams. It's really helpful for us to know that 6 months, 9 months down the road, we'll still be a part of that process, and we'll still be working with them to figure out what's next.
So here we are in the sandbox. I'm so glad that you'll be here with us for the next 3 days as we explore everything on the ground at Google I/O. First off is the mocktail mixer. It's not getting started early because there's no alcohol. Chris, would you tell me about this?
Excellent, thanks Timothy. So this was a do-it-yourself mixer that has the Google Assistant built in. It was part of a collaboration between the Assistant team and Deep Local, these guys behind you. It's a creative agency out of Pittsburgh. And what they've done is they've used the Google Assistant SDK, which we launched 3 weeks ago, and actions on Google to customize the drink ingredients, and the code, as well as services like API.ai to create a conversational interface so you can have a natural interaction with the mixer. So we're super cool. It's a super cool demo. It shows you how to go from zero to prototyping in a matter of hours.
Now I want to talk a little bit more about this demo and the SDK and like all the things that we can do with it. But first, let's make a drink.
You want to make a drink? Okay, let's give it a shot. Let's talk to Mocktail's Mixer.
Sure, here is the test version of Mocktail's Mixer.
Hi, I'm your Mocktail's Mixer.
What's on the menu?
On tap today, I have a pairing mode in Mang IO. What can I get you?
Let's get a pairing mode.
Coming right up. Initiating ones and zeros. Beep boop. Bob.
Is that the robot sounds it's making?
Yeah, so it's actually like, it's going from my voice going through this mic, through the Assistant SDK running on a Raspberry Pi device, which I think Oscar will talk a little bit more about, going back to the Assistant Services server running in the cloud, and figuring out what I'm saying, doing natural language understanding and speech recognition, and then basically coming back and controlling the devices. And now you see, we've started making the pairing mode drinks for everybody around here.
That's awesome. There's a bunch of drinks. So we have some other friends joining us. Let's start with Oscar. Oscar, you're one of the guys that actually built this.
Yeah, so I work for Deep Local. We worked, like Chris said, with the SDK team on the project. And basically the way this works is there's a Raspberry Pi inside the device that runs the SDK. And when you speak with it, it runs up to API.ai where you can program your conversational interface. From there, there's a webhook that's called that when you call a drink, it pushes a message over Google PubSub down to the devices and actually sends a serial command to the Arduinos inside. That is actually what controls the motors and dispenses the liquid.
That was like a design doc in 5 sentences.
Yeah,
Thank you.
Exactly. And everything's open source and online, so you can find it on GitHub if you search for Mocktails Mixers, or if you go to deeplocal.com/mocktailsmixers, there's a write-up and a video and DIY instructions so the home builder can make it themselves.
That's Wayne. Wayne, you're the home builder.
I am a little bit, yeah.
So, Wayne, you are one of the developer advocates working on Assistant and the SDK and all these APIs. Is this what you do all the time?
Well, I made a dog feeder one time, but this is new. I got to get into this now. I can imagine something where you could like mix up custom food or something like that. That'd be kind of cool.
You made a dog feeder. They made a human feeder.
Yeah. We're gonna merge them together now, right? That's the cool thing is because this SDK is available to the public. Anyone can build devices like this now. It's what I'm quite excited about it too. I said I need to go home and work out my next plan for some kind of dog feeder.
Well, that's the really cool thing about this recent release. Like the SDK just came out a few weeks ago, right? 3 weeks ago, and it's really giving the ability for people to bring the Assistant into their own hardware.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, you can take any crazy idea that you've got, and you can embed the Assistant SDK into it. Runs on most Linux operating systems and so forth, and it's just really easy to get started. And we've got a whole bunch of samples. People can try it out. All the demos here, we have other demos as well. They're all open source, so people can try them out.
And again, just like sort of taking a look at the value of that, this is something that people have been doing before, but they had to build the whole stack themselves, right? Which includes a lot of technologies that they don't want to really be experts in, but Google can be that expert for them, and you can just use the APIs instead.
You can focus on what you're good at, which is making these kinds of devices, and leave all the speech recognition and the natural language understanding to us, and we take care of it for you.
Awesome. Are the drinks ready? Oh, I see they're getting poured out.
Oh, they're still pouring. Nice.
Okay, well, we're waiting for the drinks. Vera, tell me about some of the ways that people are using the Assistant today.
Awesome. So today at I/O we announced that the Assistant is fundamentally conversational. So everything that we're seeing here that Wayne mentioned, that it's natural language processing, you're able to actually, as a user, talk to the Assistant, and the Assistant can do things for you. And so the Assistant is live across devices like this through our Open SDK, but it's also live across Android, and we announced an iOS app, so you can get it on your iPhone, and it's also live on wearables and soon TVs, cars, etc. And the Assistant can so as a part of our developer platform, Actions on Google, the Assistant can order cabs for you or make table reservations or even set up your smart home so it can clean your apartment. And so we're really excited about what developers will build on top of the platform to help users.
That's awesome. I think the drinks are ready.
Try a drink here?
I sure do.
Yeah.
Cheers.
This is the, which drink is this?
The pairing mode. First
Pairing mode.
Cheers.
I get it.
Cheers, guys.
It's pretty fantastic. I'm impressed. What was that?
It tastes better because it was made with technology.
That's absolutely right.
Putting artificial intelligence into your drinks. Done.
So I'm going to drink a little bit more of this, but maybe while I do that, can you talk about where you see this going? Like, what are you most excited about developers doing with this technology?
Yes, that's a great question. So what we envision is a ubiquitous assistant experience so that when you need help or need something to be done in your life, that you can just ask the question and it'll happen, right? So for that experience to really surface, you need to have the assistant in multiple places in your life. And we don't expect a Google Home to be in every corner of your house, and we also don't expect Google to build all of the appliances in your house. That just doesn't make any sense. So what we need to do is we need to empower a diverse ecosystem of device manufacturers embedding the assistant in their devices. Then you can have the assistant available to you when you need it, wherever you need it, however you need it. So that's really where we see this going longer term, and the Assistant SDK and Actions on Google and API.ai are just the beginnings of where we're going.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much. Thank you, everybody. And to y'all out there, cheers. Cheers.
All right, does my microphone work? Hello, hi everyone, welcome to Google I/O. Hope you're having a great time. You're still awake at 5 o'clock at night. My name is Alex Danilo. I do a lot of work on the web. I've been doing web stuff for a couple of decades, I suppose. I actually edited the HTML spec at W3C, and I'm very excited about WebAssembly. So even though I love JavaScript as much as I'm sure most of you do, I have to confess I'm a real performance freak, so I love native code just as much. The beauty about WebAssembly is that it lets developers compile from C and C++ or other statically typed languages into a format that we can load into a web browser. It lets you build high-performant web apps, and that's what we're going to kind of go through today, what it's about, how it works. OK, so why? Why do we even have WebAssembly? I can tell you're probably wondering that's why you're at this session. The thing about JavaScript is because it's a dynamically typed language, there's a limit to how far you can push optimization. So over the past few years, V8 and SpiderMonkey and all the other JavaScript engines have done amazing things to push the envelope of performance. But at some point, you hit a kind of brick wall where you get smaller and smaller improvements, and we look for another way to get high performance on the web. When we also think about progressive web apps, there's a session going on about progressive web apps in parallel with me. That's the other Alex. One of us is the evil one. But when you think about progressive web apps as a kind of switch towards a native app-like experience, it's about better UI, it's about higher performance. One of the bottlenecks is the JavaScript. Right? So are there any normal native app developers in the crowd? Can I have a little show of hands, maybe? One or two? Not too many. Well, one of the things is that there are lots of app developers out in the world, many millions of them. And they write in C and C++. They use libraries. There are plenty of great libraries for image processing, video compression, machine learning, all this kind of thing. Now imagine how it would be if you could take your existing application code for your Android app or whatever and cross-compile it to deploy in a browser. And that's what WebAssembly is. It lets you take existing C++ code, deploy it in the browser, and have it run performantly. What's really exciting about this is that all the browser engines are doing it, and I'll go into a bit more detail there. It means you don't have to ever rewrite your code just because you want to run in a web browser. OK, so I just want to start with a kind of little introduction to how JavaScript works and how the JavaScript engines work. Now, take this tiny little function here. It's just adding two things together and returning it. This is some simple JavaScript. Now, can anyone here guess what happens when the JavaScript engine sees that plus? It horrifies me whenever I look at it, because it looks something like this. This is the ECMAScript standard for plus. These are the semantics that the JavaScript engine has to deal with whenever it sees A plus B. Because JavaScript's a human-written language, it's kind of designed to be easy to write and convenient. You have to do all these type coercions. You have to do all these lookups. I might be adding a double to a string. I might be adding an object to an integer. All these things have to be dealt with by the JavaScript engine. And so what happens in modern engines is they try really, really hard to shorten this path to as small as possible. But it's really hard to do. Right? So what we're really looking for is a way to get closer to the metal, to build a good compiler target. WebAssembly is not about writing code in WebAssembly. Nobody writes in assembly. On a normal computer, people wrote assembly in the 60s, and then they invented high-level languages. So it's a compiler target. I won't go into all this mess here because it scares the hell out of me. All right, so basic principle of mine, if you want your code to run faster, do less. It's very obvious, very simple, but when it comes down to it, what I would like ultimately is to write A plus B in my code and have the plus convert to a single CPU instruction. That's the ultimate aim. That gives you the limit of optimization, and that's what WebAssembly can do. You can actually add things together, it ends up with a single machine instruction, so it's basically at the limit of what's possible. This kind of portable code idea of running on different architectures and being portable has a long history that predates the web. So I'll just run through a few early attempts to set the stage for how WebAssembly does what it does. So way back in the 1970s, we had a thing called P code. And P code ran underneath Pascal, and it was an idea of an abstraction of a machine that could then generate P code, and this intermediate code would compile down to the particular architecture on which you were running. Fast forward a few years later, we ended up with bytecode like the Java virtual machine, or the .NET runtime, which was a great example of a multi-language intermediate format. If you look around in the Google Play Store, for example, we've actually done a lot of analysis of native apps that are actually in the store. If you look at like the top 1,000 apps, the vast majority of them are using the native development kit, or the NDK. So they're compiling from C++. The majority of their app logic is in C++. They're not using very much Java at all. So this is a bit of a telltale where we should try and support C++ on the web to get higher performance. And the reason these people on Android are doing this is for performance. But these kind of devices with installed apps are a closed system. And what we have is the open web. And so that brings a whole new set of challenges like security and privacy. There were plenty of previous attempts to run native code in the browser, and I'll kind of run through them for you because it gives you a good idea about where we're coming from, and also show you how V8 works to integrate WebAssembly inside it, and what you can do with it as well. OK, so current WebAssembly, as it stands today, runs at 1.2 times the speed of native code, which is an astonishing number when you think about it. This is a format that is compiled into a sandbox-safe environment, runs within a whole lot of constraints to make sure it has no security vulnerabilities or is very hardened against them, and yet it's only a small slowdown compared to true native code. This is probably like 2 weeks of Moore's law in the evolution of computers. Now, the teams are working really, really hard to speed that up a little bit more, but the most important point I want to get home to you right now is that this is not one browser. All the 4 browser engines have done this, and they are seeing very similar execution times. And so this is really exciting. But anyway, before we go into the details, what did we learn from the past that got us to where we are? Well, many years ago, the only way to get high performance on the web was with plugins. Okay, we had lots of plugins for different things. We had Flash with its JIT. We also had Java with its virtual machine and its JIT as well, and the hotspot optimizer. There were lots of things like that. Plugins were great in their day. However, plugins aren't very good for today. And the reason is that even when we put a plugin into a sandbox environment, we still cop security holes. It's just really hard to control. The other thing is that plugins just do not play nicely with the web APIs. Right, we have lots of web APIs. We have, motion detection. We have, stuff you can do with a camera. There's a lot of web APIs that are native to the browser, but you can't get at them from the plugins. Right, so there's kind of this disjoint model that doesn't work very well. But I think the single most important reason plugins aren't a great idea for the modern web is these things. Right? They just don't run on mobile. And so it's very hard to give your users a performant experience from a plugin that doesn't exist. And on top of that, people have to install plugins. And so you're not actually using the browser out of the box. You have to do a whole lot of extra work just to use it. So that was a very early thing. And then we moved on later to this thing that we at Google built called Native Client. So what Native Client was, it was a target for compiled code to run in the web browser, but initially it only targeted a single architecture. So it was a sandboxed compiler target, so it was safer than proper native code, ran pretty fast, but again it had the limitations that it didn't talk to other web APIs, so it really didn't work with your DOM objects, and also it only ran in Chrome, which was one browser. We tried for a few years to evolve this. We developed Portable Native Client. And if you remember Portable Native Client, that actually let you target an intermediate code that could be compiled on the client side to a number of different architectures. But that opens up its own set of problems, because once you have the compiler in the browser, then that compiler could be vulnerable to security holes, and so you have to put the compiler itself into a sandbox. So it was an incredibly complex architecture, and none of the other browsers wanted to do it because it was just too difficult. So along came a few smart guys over at Mozilla with a research project initially that's called asm.js. It was a very interesting thing. The early evolution of asm.js, it was running incredibly slow as a proof of concept. But over the years, they refined this to be a really great way to create a compiler target that was compatible with plain JavaScript. So what asm.js does is it takes C++, compiles it down into a tiny, tiny subset of JavaScript that contains a bunch of annotations. And then the JavaScript engines attempt to compile that into fast native code. However, one of the limitations of asm.js is that the different JavaScript engines all ran with different performance. And so you couldn't rely on a cross-browser performance story. So let's just see how asm.js and WebAssembly differ in the real world. So let's have a look. This here is an example of an asm.js piece of output. So if you compiled your C++ code, you might get this. And so this first line of the function x equals x or 0, that's a hint telling the JavaScript engine that that is an integer. So that can help the just-in-time compiler to generate machine code for an integer because it's explicitly annotated. But to understand why WebAssembly is a better model than this, or a faster model, we have to look at how a JavaScript engine works and what it does when it sees this. So within V8, any JavaScript program you write, this is kind of the first thing that happens. Okay? On the left, we have some JavaScript source containing a bunch of JavaScript functions. The first thing we need to do is parse it. So that converts all the strings and things or whatever in the source code into tokens and generates this thing that's called an abstract syntax tree. Now, the abstract syntax tree is an in-memory representation of the logic of your program. So here we have an if, then, else thing drawn up as a tree. So once you've generated this internal representation, you then, at least in V8, go straight to machine code. You basically walk the tree, spit out machine code, and there you have your compiled function. But that's a very fast operation, and there is no real attempt made to speed that up. Now, if we take all of that and squish it up and go to the next stage, this is what the V8 pipeline does. We have this thing called turbofan. And so what happens is that the steps in the beginning there, to the left, where the first kind of red blob is with the unoptimized code, while your JavaScript application is running, there's a lot of code inside V8, and all the other engines do similar things, looking at what's running slow, looking at the hot functions, going, oh, this one's bad. And when we identify slow functions, we then re-optimize them. So we push them through this back end here, which is an optimized JIT that creates much faster code for those functions that are chewing all your CPU. But the one thing I really want to emphasize here is that this action of analyzing the code and then deciding what to optimize, that all costs CPU cycles. And that means uses battery on a mobile device. So in the asm.js case, it comes in through the parse stage. So all the work of parsing, generating the abstract syntax tree, generating the code, realizing it's hot, re-optimizing it, is all CPU cycles that you don't really need to burn. Because if you use WebAssembly, it hooks in like this. So what happens is that the WebAssembly has already gone through optimization during the compile phase. There is no parse as such. Right, so we've seen with loading large asm.js programs, there can be 10 or 12 seconds of load time for a reasonably sized application. So you eliminate that parse time. And what you actually have is optimized binary that can hook directly into the JIT backend, which will generate the machine code. And all the optimizations have already pretty much been done by the compiler at the front end. So this particular picture within V8 shows that what happens is when you load the JavaScript engine and load the WebAssembly module, we can compile the whole thing in one hit, and we're ready to go, and everything runs at full speed. Some other JavaScript engines, like Chakra in Edge, they take a different approach. And what they do is they lazy compile. So they actually leave the module in memory, and the first time a function is called, they compile it at that point. So they're kind of trading ahead of time compile delay with kind of small hiccups on the way. Anyhow, moving on. I'll just kind of try and explain WebAssembly as a concept now. So what actually is it? And the one thing I've been asked multiple times in the last few days is, does this mean we don't have to write JavaScript anymore? And the answer is no, right? It's a complement to JavaScript. It's a way for people to take C++ or C or Rust code or any other statically typed language and compile it down to a module that you can call from JavaScript. So they work together, right? One of the things is also when we were developing this was that people realized the shortcomings of native client and the shortcomings of asm.js. And it was actually developed by the same people. So the people that built native client and the people that built asm.js and people from Microsoft and Apple all worked together to build what we have today. So what we actually do with it is it's tightly integrated into the web platform. It's a new capability. You have to think of it as that. It's not meant to replace JavaScript. That also means you can talk to all the web APIs. So you can call all the standard DOM functions or all the APIs from your WebAssembly code via JavaScript. It does have a few differences, like 32-bit floats and 64-bit integers. And in the future, there's a plan to add threading and multiple instruction at the same time, SIMD primitives. So that's kind of it in a small nutshell. But I'm about to go through a few technical slides that are very dry and boring, so feel free to go to sleep for about the next 4 slides if you're not a total geek. But this is just pretty much what the goals of the design of WebAssembly were. The first thing was to be smaller than asm.js. And right now, a WebAssembly module is smaller than the gzipped asm.js equivalent. So it's smaller over the wire. It wanted to be easy to verify. When I talk about verify, what that means is verifying that the program is safe. This is actually designed to be run in a kind of sandbox environment. And so one of those things with running in a sandbox is that you can't let stray accesses out of the memory of the executing program happen. So effectively, you can run through the WebAssembly binary code in the file in one go and validate that there are no accesses outside of the bounds of the memory block it's contained in. You don't have to do it that way, but it is possible in the design. Same thing for the compilation. You should be able to compile it with one pass through the file. And as I said before, other JavaScript engines have chosen to compile piece by piece for their own design reasons. The other thing is also it needs to be extensible. So right now, there are a very small number of primitives, which I'll show you in a minute, but the whole design was built around adding new things later. So let's take a look at the basics of the memory model. This is a little bit of a scary slide, that's why I warned you in advance. But basically, the memory for a C++ program compiled into WebAssembly looks like a typed array to JavaScript. So it's a contiguous block of memory with no holes in it. But one of the features of WebAssembly that helps with security is this concept of an execution stack, which is separate from the linear memory. So if you think about a normal C++ program, you have a heap, and you allocate memory from the bottom of the heap, and you grow the stack from the top of the heap. And it's possible to take a pointer and then look up into the stack memory and start playing with variables you're not supposed to be playing with and do all sorts of nefarious things. And this is a wonderful malware attack vector. But WebAssembly has a completely different model. The execution stack is isolated from the WebAssembly program itself. So there is no way you can actually poke into it and change things. That's a really cool security feature. Also, the functions themselves use integer offsets, so they don't actually have pointers. The functions are numbered functions which point into an indirection table, and then those indirect calculated numbers jump into the functions themselves inside the module. And the reason it's built that way is so that you can load multiple modules side by side. So you just offset all the indexes and everything works beautifully. But one of the things that is very important to point out here as well is that the WebAssembly module has no access to any platform APIs. So right back in the bad old days of plugins, you could call any platform API you wanted. WebAssembly has no such access, and so everything is mediated through JavaScript, which means you're in control, and basically JavaScript is the boss, and WebAssembly just does the job it's told to. I think someone missed my click. All right, so here's what we look at the memory when we compile. Since there is no direct addressing, all the pointer addresses can be bounds checked. So what that means is that you don't actually have a big address, a number, you have an offset. And since we know that the block of memory the WebAssembly module is running in is this big, we can very quickly check that that number falls in that range to guarantee that we're not outside our memory block. That also means that that check is cheap. Right? When jumping into a function, to do that little bounds check is really, really trivial. And also, one of the other features of this is at the moment, WebAssembly is a 32-bit address space. So if you're running on a 64-bit device, what you can actually do is load the WebAssembly module into RAM, into memory, put 2 hardware guards on each set of the 32-bit address space, and if anything was possibly going to escape the 32-bit address space, would trigger a hardware exception, which means you get that safety at 0 runtime costs, which is a fantastic, fantastic ability. Okay, so this is pretty much WebAssembly in a nutshell. This is all we have. One page, one slide. So quickly run through what's there. So we have voids, 32 and 64-bit integers, 32 and 64-bit floating points. As I pointed out before, the 64-bit integers are a great thing for C++. Lots of C++ programs use this. It's not available in JavaScript. The functions are in a big table. Everything's bound statically. I've talked about the indirection for the calling. And we have like a bunch of standard operations there on the right. All the standard operations you'd expect on integers, adding, subtraction, multiplication, shifting on ints. Also contains square root and float and ceiling for floating point. And it's pretty much, it's conversions to do casting, of course, from C and C++. It's a kind of a load store model. The actual WebAssembly virtual machine model is a stack machine. So if people have heard of virtual machines, there are 2 types. There are stack machines and there are register-based virtual machines. So it's actually a stack machine-based model. And there's a bunch of structured control flow at the bottom for your if loops and your for loops and your yada, yada, yada. All right, and the status. This is what you're all here for, right? Can you use this stuff? And the answer is a resounding yes. Right now, 4 engines have implementations in various stages, and this is monumental to get 4 large browser engines to work together to bring something to market. It's really amazing. And at the moment, these engines, like Chrome, implements the binary format, so all of the browser engines implement just the binary format. But at the moment, there's a lot of work going on about integrating with post-message for WebAssembly modules and being able to store them in IndexedDB. There's also, in the works, there's a streaming API, and of course, threads are high on the priority list as well. And as far as tools, now, you people who are developers love developer tools. I'm hoping, anyway. In any case, LLVM is the compiler of choice today. There are actually a lot of tools. There's a thing called mscripton, which people may be familiar with, but it generates WebAssembly code, and it can generate asm.js as well. There's another tool called Binaryan, and Binaryan works with mscripton to generate the WebAssembly itself. But it's a standalone tool, so it could be used with other compilers, such as GCC. There are other tools as well that take the binary format and disassemble it into something that's human readable, and vice versa. So there are lots of things you can play with if you want to experiment. If you're a really hardcore developer, you might want to have a look at the reference implementation, which is written in a standard markup language. And also, right now, there's a working group at the W3C that's working on formalizing the spec. Now that this standard was originally developed in a W3C community group, which isn't a very kind of an easy forum to get started with new features in the browsers with. So now that we've progressed to implementations, it's moving to a working group for proper formalization. Okay, so I'm going to just do a couple of brief demos. I'm going to start with 101. This is The game, Conway's Game of Life is like one of these classic games. And what's cool about it is it's one of the first things you learn in computer science. But the reason I wanted to show it to you is because I had a good friend of mine, an engineer called Sam, who decided he'd try and make it as small as possible as a WebAssembly module to prove something. So he compiled this without the standard C library, without memory allocation, and the WebAssembly module is 2 kilobytes. So I'll just switch over to my laptop here and I'll show you it running. Can we switch to the laptop, please? Ah, that's up there. OK. All right. So this is basically a simple game of life. It's running here in Chrome. And as you can see, the performance, it's nice and fast. It's running. The little glider is flying down the bottom there. You get a rough idea how fast that runs. So that's pretty good. Now, of course, if this was a one-browser story, it would be not a very interesting story. So we'll load up Firefox here. And so Firefox is loading up the WebAssembly module, running exactly the same code. It's done its own jitting, and performance is basically identical. 2 browser engines. All right. Where are we? Come on, Doc. There we go. All right. OK, so here we have WebKit in the Safari technology preview. And lo and behold, it's running as well. The same module, running beautifully, not a problem whatsoever. So you'll notice here that the execution speed is basically identical between all of them. And just to round out the 4, I'll run it in a virtual machine in Edge. Now this runs a little bit slower only because it's within a virtual machine, but it is Edge and it works. So this, I just want to bring home the point. Thank you. So I just wanted to show that this is a real thing and it actually does run in all browsers. OK, so can we just switch back to the slide for 1 sec? All right, so this is another demo. This is another classics computer science 101, which is a Mandelbrot set. So I literally was modifying this code on the plane on the way over here, and a friend of mine wrote the original, in fact. But the reason I bring this one up is because this is your perfect example of something that uses an incredibly large amount of floating point, and it's the perfect candidate for a WebAssembly module. This is actually in C++. It's bigger. Can we switch to the laptop again, please? And so this is, your classic Mandelbrot. But what I'll do is I'll just click through and start zooming in on it to give you an idea how fast the computation is. I mean, that is calculating 4 million pixels every time I click the mouse. And this is how fast I can run it using WebAssembly. It would be nice to compare to JavaScript, but in any case, if anyone's played with this kind of stuff before, they would understand. That looks like an interesting spot. Let's have a look. Just for fun. There you go. All right, we'll switch back to the slides again. All right, and I've one more little demo for you, and this is fantastic. This is a wonderful open source community project. It's by someone whose GitHub name is Shamadi, and it's called WebDSP. And what this actually is a video editor in the browser. So rather than showing you little toy things, this will kind of showcase what you can really do with WebAssembly. So can we hit the laptop again, please? So what this is like live video. We'll just play it in the browser. Now, on the right-hand side, he has these nice little graphs that show JavaScript implementation versus the WebAssembly. Right now, we're just playing the video. But if we put on a grayscale effect, say, once the graphs catch up, you see we're pulling 63 frames a second with WebAssembly and only 4 using JavaScript. So this is amazing. It has a whole lot of little effects. So he is doing like edge detection. So these are like convolutions and things. This is all running in a WebAssembly module, which is quite amazing. And to prove it's not a CAN demo, we can actually switch to the webcam. Hello, Google I/O. How is everyone? So I can do horrible things to myself. You know, I can invert the color, make myself look really strange, look like bacteria. Sunset's not very interesting. You can do like kind of edge detection. And here, so if we're looking at this, you know, the frame rates, you can see that's a lot more taxing on the CPU, but we're still pulling 58 frames a second with WebAssembly versus 5 with JavaScript. Or I could even turn myself into an alien. People of Earth, we come from the planet Wasm to help you with performance. Ah, fantastic. All right, back to the slides. Okay, so I just wanted to show you this brief video as well. So the WebAssembly video editor, great piece of work. Jump on that GitHub address and have a look if you like. Also, we have an open source project at Google which is all about compressing 3D point meshes. So it's a great thing to use with WebGL and stuff like that. And the team that was building it have done a whole lot of benchmarking. And so what you're seeing at the top is their WebAssembly code compiled, and the bottom is asm.js. So it's not JavaScript, it's asm.js. And the whole point of showing you this is that this is actually quite a really intense compute thing, like really amazing compression. And WebAssembly decodes the model in 12 seconds, but asm.js takes 18 seconds. So the whole point of this is that WebAssembly runs in 2/3 of the time of the equivalent asm.js. And so WebAssembly is kind of an improvement on top of asm.js. And this is just the runtime. The actual parse time for asm.js is not counted here, and that's much, much higher. All right, so I guess enough of my talking and demoing. I guess you all probably want to work out how you can build a WebAssembly module for your application. And if you want to get set up on your development machine, one thing is that the Mandelbrot demo and the Game of Life demo are both available over in the Code Lab area. So if you want to get started straight away while you're here at Google I/O, you can go straight over there and have a go. Otherwise, when you get home, you can get it set up on your own machine. So right now, the LLVM compiler from the Emscripten repository is your best friend, as I say. So if you visit this link, basically download the compilers, build the tool chain. Once you've installed it and built it all, you probably want to do something with C++ code and build your own WebAssembly module. And so once you've done this, it's pretty easy. Here are 2 command lines, one to build a C file and one to build a C++ file. It's as easy as that. It's all you have to do. The -s, wasm equals 1 in the command line there, that is the thing that tells Emscripten to generate WebAssembly modules. Now the output of this will be 2 files. It will be hello.js and it will hello.wasm. So hello.js contains all the glue code to call your module. So it makes it all very simple. And I'll show you how you call your module. So here is like what you put inside your C++ code, something like this. If you want to pass data in and out, you can use a thing called embind. In this case, we're exporting a function called myFunction. And from that function, we're returning a typed memory view. And so to JavaScript, that will look like a typed array. Now, the beauty of this is that when you pass the memory from C++ back into JavaScript land, there's no copying. The typed array is mapped directly to the WebAssembly module heap memory. So there's no copying. It's just a direct access. It's a reference. So inside your actual HTML file, you'll put a bit of script like this. So hello.js contains the magical glue logic. And it also creates a thing called module. And so when you're calling your function, you go module.myFunction. In this case, I pass in the width and height. And that data variable is returned the typed array reference that I can work with. Of course, you might want to do the opposite. Because, of course, this is part of the web platform. And one of the beauties of WebAssembly is that you can interact with all of the web APIs that already exist. So here's a fairly simple example using emasm, which is literally a chunk of JavaScript that gets called from the C++ code. You can also directly map your C++ classes to JavaScript objects. And you can even import JavaScript function names into the C++ code. It just requires a little bit more boilerplate code, but that's perfectly possible. So there are a bunch of really cool resources here. If you want to follow up a little bit more, the main site is webassembly.org, which contains the tools, documentation, examples, lots of stuff, some great demos. If you want to be involved in the design, know a little bit more about the nitty-gritty technical detail, you can go to the design repository, which is quite scary, believe me, but you might find that interesting. And if you want to get involved with it, you can get involved with the community, because the community is where it was originally developed, and it's a friendly environment. You can go in and ask questions and get answers, or make suggestions for future changes. In any case, when you first build yourself a nice WebAssembly module and you import it into your app, whether it's a progressive web app or not, if it's a progressive web app and it starts running really fast, you know what your users are going to say to you? I can't believe that's not a native app. Anyway, with that, I'll open the floor for a few questions, and thank you.
Right, let's have a little chat about a brand new API that's just coming out on the platform called the Media Session API. I heard about it when I started doing this app